go!
We are currently getting ready and getting hyped and getting excited for one of the potentially and probably final weeks of the Friday Frags Star Wars Battlefront 3
Star Wars
season. And I know it's not been a popular one. It has not been happy, but it is almost over. Tomorrow, it's in the books. The Death Star will blow up the season, and we will be back to regular Fortnite action after that. But first and foremost, we've got 5 rounds of amazing build action coming up, and I'm excited to get right into it. But we're here with Logan today, my Speedway caster. You were here last week. I was gone.
You were.
How have you been doing, Logan?
Well, I'm better than you because I'm tall, dark, handsome, and modest, but that's just because somebody in this booth has to pull that off. I am so super stoked to be back with you in the house right here at the HyperX Arena. It's Friday Night Frags, Fortnite. I love alliteration, and here we are once again. Are you happy to be back?
Oh, I'm super ecstatic. You know what? I went out to Atlanta last week. There was a convention called MomoCon, and then I was there for that Mario Kart tournament. But what's even cooler than that is talking about how we have a Eureka ergonomics chair to give away for everyone in the arena right now, and everyone watching back home can enter.
No, time out. Time out. I am old. I need something to support my back. I need that lumbar support. Do you even know about that? Because you should. Guess what? We've got a code for you to scan.
There you go. You know what? We're going to have that code up momentarily. There we go. Scan it with your smartphone or whatever you got. We know you have one, and you'll be able to enter into this giveaway. We are giving 2 Eureka ergonomics chairs.
I want one. You should have one too.
Technically, you know what? Why don't we just scan it right now, Logan? We could do that.
Can we do that?
Do a little bit of
hold on. I'm going to scan it right now. You should be doing the same at home right now. Make sure you scan this because it's the only way you're going to get in on the action right here, Friday Night Frags.
2 Eureka ergonomic gaming chairs are going to be given away. You're already sitting on them here at the arena. They're actually super insanely comfortable, in my opinion, for a gaming chair. So you know what? Scan the QR code, get involved, and try to win yourself a free gaming chair. Why not? And an actual comfortable gaming chair, to say the least, unlike other, you know what?
Well, let's talk about other gaming chairs. Let's not, actually.
And my back's already hurting thinking about it.
Are you sitting in a gaming chair right now? You shouldn't be, because the best and biggest and boldest people in the world don't sit in gaming chairs. They sit in Eureka chairs. Do yourself a favor and get involved. Eureka is going to be the best thing that you've ever put your butt on. All right, let's get going.
Let's do it.
It's Friday Night Frags, baby. We are back. Show me the love.
That's the way to do it. We got the format ready for y'all, so if you do not know how this tournament works, we will be able to break it down for you all here, right now, and we'll have that up momentarily. We got 5 rounds of Fortnite action. After each round, you will have a point total based on your placement and the eliminations that you get in each round. That will give you those points, and after 5 rounds, that total amount of points will determine if you're in the money or out of the money in terms of going home with something. Remember, the top 10 players are going to be paid out here today, and you'll be able to get some of that money. First place grabbing that $250, second place grabbing $150, third getting $110, fourth with $90, fifth with $80, sixth with $70, seventh through 8th place with $65, and 9th through 10th with $60.
And I got to tell you, tonight we've got a special guest coming on in just a little bit. We've got Amon Green coming on. That's right, Amon Green. You've seen us here at Saturday Night Speedway with Amon Green. One of the greatest running backs to ever carry a football in all of collegiate sports, and then went on to do it in the NFL. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. I can't wait to give out his speech, by the way. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to give out his speech at the Hall of Fame.
That is going to be amazing.
It's going to be amazing.
And Amon Green's totally chill human being. We did an entire Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
I know.
Tomorrow, if you want to be a part of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, because we're going to move to Mario Kart World momentarily. But if you want to be a part of it, he was there the entire night. Super nice. Entire night. We said, you know what? You don't even need to be here the entire time. Just bring you in for a couple races.
I thought 15 minutes.
Yeah, like 10 minutes at least, you know? And then he said, no, I'll keep talking about him. Why not?
He made our job that much easier that night. And I can't wait to be part of the Alumni Esports Network. We have so many great events coming up in the near future. You got to keep yourself on the pulse of the community. And the way that you do that is by going to the HyperX Arena. I'm saying it slow for you. Write it down. HyperXarena.com. And then
LasVegas.com.
Oh, LasVegas.com.
There you go.
See? I'm old. What do I know? And then make sure that you sign up for the Discord. Let's check in on Amon Green right now. Amon, how you living today, my friend? I see you're snacking on something. What you got going on?
Well, I'm doing good, Logan. I'm snacking. Hey, I took a page out of Beast Mode's book. I got my Skittles ready for the day.
All right, I
got to get ready for these young bucks. So I got to get my Skittles on hand. Got my water over here, so I'm ready to go.
All right, let's stop right there. I got to ask you a question, Amon. Do Skittles actually taste different, or are they just the same flavor?
Hey, you know what? I think they're the same flavor. I don't think the red to the yellow to the purple, other than when they're like sweet and sour and spicy and all that. But the regular pack is all the even though you're eating a red to a yellow, it's all the same. It tastes the same to me.
Well, you know what? It tastes the same, but those green glasses are looking so fresh and so clean over there.
Oh, man, yeah, I got my Gamer Advantage glasses on. Shout out to them. I'm helping my eyes and my reflexes stay normal and healthy. I'll say to that. So, yeah, I got them on. Got a game with them on all the time.
All right, so for the uninitiated, talk to me about the Alumni Esports Network, what that means to you and what that means to all the gamers at home that are wondering how they can get involved.
Well, what it means to me is that it's something that I've been thinking about for a long time to do for former athletes, something that a lot of athletes don't talk about, that they play video games. And I wanted to bring them out of the doors and the cracks and the crevices of that, kind of hold that. I don't know if it's a dirty little secret or what, but if you're a gamer, you're a gamer, man. Let your gamer colors show and give them. So I'm giving them opportunity to be in the league and, jump in stuff like this with me right now, what I'm doing with this show, content that's being created while we're playing some of their favorite, from our favorite games. Fortnite's one of my favorite games out there. I say not my best shooter, but it's only not my best shooter because I don't build. I shoot in this, but I don't build. But I could figure it out. I could do a wall or two. But like I said, all athletes, not just football players that I reached out to. We've been talking to NBA, women's football players, soccer, basketball, baseball, stuff like that. So we're trying to, make this a league where for all athletes, you got a safe place to come play games and interact with other athletes from other sports backgrounds and to get it going. And so this is this is ground zero right now this year, 2025 and June 6th. And we've been doing stuff since March of this year. So we've got to, slowly building out what this program is going to be for Alumni Esports Network and what we're going to do with HyperX Arena. We got a lot of stuff we've been planning behind the scenes with yourself and myself and you guys. And so I'm super excited, really, about all of it that's coming down the line for the next year or two.
Well, I'm super stoked about it. I know the HyperX Arena is stoked to have you and the Alumni Esports Network involved in everything that we're doing. Now, let's bring it back. Back in the day when I was a teenager with just a little bit of gold in a pager, I used to play Tecmo Bowl. Now, look, when I played Madden, you were my dude. You were my dude. I told you from day one, I ran you up and down that field. But the only player on Tecmo Bowl was whom?
For me, it was two players. It was Walter Payton with the Bears, and then it was Bo Jackson for the Raiders.
Now, Bo Jackson was amazing, but Michael Singletary.
Yeah, yeah, for the Bears defense.
Right? Yeah.
Yes. I got a Bear fan in the room over here. He's like, yeah, go Bear. so,
Hey,
so yeah, I was trying to win games, so I had to go with those squads. The 49ers were okay, but once the Tecmo Bowl got to about the 90s, like Super Tecmo Bowl, it was obviously, I think it was the Giants got a little better on the roster there, and then I think it was either the Cowboys by 1990, 1991. A Super Tecmo Bowl came out. It was the Cowboys because they started winning championships.
So I got to ask you one question. When you were growing up, who was your favorite football player?
Oh, that's the easy one. That's Walter Payton, who I just mentioned. There was a guy that my two older brothers who also played running back. When I started playing flag football when I was around 6 years old, before I can even, before tackle, way before tackle, 2 years before tackle, they told me right away, even though I wasn't in tackle football, that if you're going to watch a running back and, learn from somebody other than us, you watch this guy on TV when he's on TV, and it was Walter Payton. And he said, there's no other way to run the ball like he does. And so make sure you understand. And then I was 6. And so I tuned in to listen because it didn't sound like it was a option. I had to listen and watch Walter Payton to be the type of running back that my brothers knew I could be.
Well, you definitely ended up being that type of running back. And I have to go on a limb and say that you would be a Walter Payton Man of the Year contender each and every single year that you were in the NFL. Look, Amon, I get to call you my friend because you pick up my phone calls. It's great to have you here tonight. We're going to check back in with you in just a little bit, but you're going to be here all weekend and all month long. I think we're doing this for like 2 months, baby.
Oh, yeah, the ball is rolling. The ball just got started rolling tonight. So we got tonight. We got some Fortnite tomorrow. You're going to see my skills on some Mario Kart. I remember the first time of that. I know you both remember that. And then on Sunday, we got, I don't know what's game. Do I get to pick the sports game? Is it, or is it somebody else that picks? But
I think for this week, you and I are doing Madden, my friend.
Oh, okay, perfect. So I know I got my Madden game tight. I'm going to have to work on things once we get to FC soccer, some NHL, some top spin tennis. If we ever hit those, I gotta make sure I get some reps in before I get on the air.
All right, just make sure you're up with your pickleball game, okay? I'm not saying anything, but we'll check in.
I got that ready to go. I got my pickleball racket and ball ready to go. So when I'm in Vegas, which I will be here in a couple weeks, we can get that rolling. But then on Tuesday too, we got the close quarters combat, the CQC. Call of Duty gunfight. So I think I will be able to get, I talked to Tyrone Crawford today from former Cowboy, and it looks like he'll be able to jump on. I'll see. I think his text message just came in, so I'll check with him in a little bit.
All right, Amon, we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. And just so you know, we've got actual LA Raiders who want to be a part of this event when they're not playing this season. So we might have some real people in the house besides yourself and all of the other great NFL alumni and sports alumni. I can't bring this to you any clearer. It's not just NFL. It's sports, baby. We got sports, baby. And we're going to be bringing it to you. Ahmad, we'll check in with you in just a little bit, all right?
All right, I'll see you in a few.
Great interview there, Logan. I appreciated all of the little fun facts that we're currently getting with that whole alumni media network that's currently being launched here at the HyperX Arena, trying something new, bringing real athletes onto the arena floor, because I feel like a lot of those skills, and we see it time and time again, especially I've seen interviews where they all talk about that during their downtime, they play in video games. They're doing stuff together to build that teammate chemistry.
I have literally never met a football player, an NBA player, a pickleball player, anybody that doesn't actually play sports games. They always, when they're not on the court, on the field of battle, whatever they're doing, they're sitting there with a controller. And whether they're playing Mario Kart, Madden, FC 25, whatever they're up to, they are gamers. Look, we already know that hip hop stars and musicians love to game. It's no secret that some of our favorite alumni of all of sports love to game. And it's so amazing that we're able to bring them here and put them under the HyperX Arena lights, the sound, the awesomeness that is the HyperX Arena, and allow them to play against regular folks just like YOU.
Regular folks, I would say some pretty talented ones as well, especially here at Friday Frags. I mean, honestly, Logan, you haven't been here too long just yet, but you don't know exactly what we're going to be seeing here today, especially with the talent that we have already, and we appreciate every single last one of you for coming out. We know event parking, not fun, especially when there's Coldplay right next door, but it's still amazing to have all of you to come out here, support this event, because without all of you coming down, competing in this tournament, it wouldn't happen. That's just the reality. And now when we get back to this season, that's about to end, which people were not too happy. I thought it was kind of cool. What can I say?
Well, we both love Star Wars, but it's not fun.
Yeah, that is true. The no ammo, the weapons weren't as satisfying as they've been in previous seasons.
I can't shoot the broadside of a barn.
Yeah, no, it's tough. Yeah, and then it's a weapon issue, not a person issue, right? That's what they've said.
Our director just said, what, you don't like lightsabers? Of course I love lightsabers. I want to be a Jedi. But you know what? Man, this iteration of the Star Wars, we've seen it before in Fortnite, okay? And it's been better, okay? I'm just saying.
And then we just heard also.
How do you feel? Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
But I also heard our producer saying, hey, the hate is strong within you, Logan. That's all we're saying. We know who's on the dark side over here on this tournament.
I may be a Sith.
But we are going to get ready for this tournament momentarily. We're just getting everyone in the lobby, getting everything smoothed out. As you can see, we're doing interviews back and forth. Try to juggle a lot of new things all at the same time, especially with what we're doing with the Alumni Media Network. So just bear with us as we get through things and get everything ironed out. Last week, we weren't even able to stream the event because of things that we were still trying to figure out and getting it all going and getting it all up and running. So, but Logan, tell us a little bit about yourself. You know, I'm a zero build Andy. I love playing Fortnite. My Fortnite locker is, and a lot of these competitors have been joining my stream recently. Seeing it is believing, and believing in how much money I've spent in this game. What is your Fortnite background, Logan? Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, let me tell you.
Okay.
Amon Green and I kind of feel the same way. As older people, we believe that if we're going to build something, we're going to call a contractor, all right?
Not a handyman, are you?
No, we're going to call a contractor and let him build it up. Look, I didn't start playing Fortnite until after No Build. Because I got sick of 12-year-olds putting up a hotel in front of me while I'm trying to shoot them in the face, neck, chest, and breast area. I'm like, I am trying to shoot you, and you put up a hotel in front of me. And that's very frustrating. However, Fortnite, it's one of those games. This whole Battle Royale thing, Fortnite started and was not supposed to be a Battle Royale. This was just a placekeeper. While they built out the rest of the game. And here we are, how many years down the road, and Fortnite, Frags, and all of this great Battle Royale stuff all comes from Fortnite as kind of a throwaway game.
It really was. Save the World was something that started Fortnite out. Zombie defense game, which is kind of crazy, and then it exploded into what we know as a cultural icon, into what we're doing here today. And it's insane. I love that Fortnite's able to get whatever game that you want. It's gonna get into Fortnite eventually. That's what's insane. Doesn't matter. I mean, you got all the way down from Doom, Dead Space, into even bigger franchises, Master Chief, all of these things. I love that that's able to be put in the game. And even today, like being able to fly around in an X-Wing TIE Fighter. You had the Star Destroyer event during the last week going into this week. You're able to jump into a Star Destroyer, go AC-130 onto the battlefield, which is just insane to me. I love those things that Fortnite's been adding. I think it's fun. I think it's mind-blowing just to see it come in through a portal, and then you're able to just decimate the floor, especially when Godzilla was in the game and you're able to be Godzilla during the whole. I think Fortnite's been doing great work. They've been on top of the game, and I don't know. I just love that. Also, the great part is this season, not so favorable.
But
it only lasted a month. They know, you know, it's a gimmick. It's a shtick.
Listen.
They know.
They listen.
They know.
Whereas COD mocks you. It mocks you. Literally, they go online and they're like, "Oh, stop spending money." Whereas Fortnite actually considers your feelings, and I
Sometimes.
do. Well, I have feelings. Okay. I'm gonna go on a limb right here. I think Fortnite is the closest to Roblox that we'll get. Because there are so many different games. There's racing games. There's all these different modes that you've probably never experienced inside of Fortnite. And we're only going to do frags tonight.
And we are currently ready to get in the battle bus, drop these players down onto the Battle Royale battlefield and seeing who's gonna be the best Jedi of them all. Let's see who's gonna grab the first Victory Royale crown of the night, Logan. I'm hyped, I'm excited. Let's see what's about to happen as we're currently dropping in on the battle bus right now.
Make sure you thank your bus driver, please.
That is the most important part. If you don't do that, you're not getting a good spot. But currently, we do have 24 players in the house here today. Remember, it's an event night. It's going to be a little bit smaller, so the games, sometimes with these smaller loadout, these smaller games, they go super fast. They're just one after another, but then you're going to realize as these rounds go on, it gets even more intense and more intense and more intense, where players are going to play it more safe. They're going to start picking their corners and controlling these little areas that they built themselves up in and try to do that. But so far, we're going to be starting it out on Chronic. Baka back with us in the house. Great to see them in the arena again. They're going to be dropping down and seeing what they can do. And we do have Darth Vader in the game right now.
Right,
so you'll be able to talk back to him. And maybe that would be actually hilarious to get the conversation going back and forth.
I don't like that. I don't
You don't like the Darth Vader?
I don't like it when you have Darth Vader doing un-Darth Vader things. I'm a huge proponent.
100% Darth Vader in this game. You ask him like, hey, what's your favorite flavor of Chug Jug? And he'll give you attitude back. He'll get angry at you. You know what? I think it's very Darth Vader. I think they did a good job making it consistent enough to his character. Actually, unless you're asking him to talk to the list, then it's kind of rough.
All right, so if we were to dig up James Earl Jones, happy with what this character's been saying in Fortnite? I doubt it. I doubt it.
We'll see. Chronic Baka, though, going to be able to take down the pick up Darth Vader. Good. Hey, teammate, my bad. As we get the audio working here right now, we're going to be able to see them take down, grab some shields, and boom, here we go. Darth Vader is going to be claimed by Baka, and they're going to be able to work together and try to make it a little bit easier. That's the way to do it. Having a teammate by your side makes it a lot easier, especially when you have Darth Vader storming up to you while you're trying to build. It's a lot scarier in my opinion.
Well, here's the thing about Fortnite is you can't go off on your own. You need to play as a team. It's called WAP. And I'm not talking about Cardi B over here. I'm talking about weapons and positioning, okay? You need to get higher than everybody else. You need to be in a position to look condescendingly down at them and shoot them about the head, neck, chest, and breast area.
That's the way to do it, hitting those headshots. And remember, it is build. So the majority of these players are going to look for their heals, shields, mobility, and a shotgun and an SMG at max. You do not want 5 different guns in your inventory. You're not going to use them.
No.
It's just how the game works. Have a shotgun, have an SMG, maybe assault rifle on your side, and then you'll be able to make it all happen here today. But Cowberry Muncher is going to be on the screen right now, going to be able to just grab some mats, try to get themselves back up to 100. There's a ton of slurps in this game, but what makes it so much difficult is that the ammo packs are not in the game right now. So grabbing these small shields is that much more difficult. You're going to go for those splashes. You're going to go for these different ways to keep yourself topped up in this season.
And it's very important for these competitors to get some really great items right now.
Yes.
They need wood. They need metal. They need all of this stuff because there is nothing worse than being in the final circle and not being able to build.
It is tough, and you're going to be seeing that time and time again where a lot of these competitors not going to be able to resource manage. They're not going to be able to have enough mats once it comes down to that 8th, 9th circle, and that will be the end of their round for themselves. We do got Key Towers on the screen going over to Kazoo. Going to be having already a great start to their Ratch. They already got that assault rifle and that shotgun on standby. And a ton of heals and shields, so they're actually looking really good. So there's going to be map farming for the time being almost maxed out, so they can start kind of being a little bit more confident going into a 1v1 fight in the next coming up moments as we go over to Hunt Dog back in the house. Great to see them back as
Dog
well.
will hunt, my friend. And at 50 cal, great to see them again. I got to see them last week as well. I was without you, but Nick was here with me. And here we go. We're going to be able to build out. We're going to make these edits. That's so very important.
Oh, and being able to, like you said, grab that edit. It's just a split second that makes it or breaks it, as they're going to be able to pop right around this corner. There's the window of opportunity, and they're going to take it. Zafu grabbing their first elimination of this round. Beautiful work there. And that mobility with the grappling hook, like to call it the Spider-Man hand, is going to help you get around the map that much easier. It's such an insane form of mobility, but also that shotgun, it just hits. It hurts a lot. And Baka going for the keeping the Vader's lightsaber on standby. Okay, I want to see at least, was there any last week with the lightsaber gunfights or the lightsaber battles, duels?
No great duels to speak of. But I will tell you this: there is only 20 people left. That means only 4 competitors have been eliminated. There is still a lot of players on this course right now.
There really are, and with the second storm coming up, you're going to be seeing that these players are going to be gradually rotating, playing the storm, going around and trying to close up space whenever they can. A lot of these competitors a lot more confident in the 1v1 situations, like Quantize over here. They have done insane work throughout the weeks. Their confidence have just skyrocketed, especially in these build battles. Zafu is here. They got that first elimination. They're looking for 2. Nightmare is trying to make sure that Zafu keeps one eye open at night, as they're going to be going back and forth, trying to keep that high ground going. Zafu taking damage down to 68%. They're going to be now seeing Hatsune Miku. You better start dancing, because you're going to be seeing a little bit of a Miku me popping the jug, trying to top themselves out before they go into the next fight. I would have pressed the advantage on that situation, but going down the side of this build, they're going to keep this high ground going, trying to confirm this elimination, but you're already seeing there's so much time that passed. The other player already topped off.
Well, you have to think, if you were able to get your shield on, the other player got their shield on as well.
Exactly.
However, Nightmare is in a great position to rain down fire, and that is now not the case.
Yeah, just dropping down right when you say it. Gotta love it.
Gotta love that.
Gotta love it. Zafu going for some more rocks, gonna be able to get some more bricks there, and then just run away from that situation. You can see their heals and their shields, they don't have much. So that is a great decision to just back off of that fight, especially after losing the first trade. But they were at least able to trim them down a little bit, brought them down to 48, had to top themselves off again. Hunt Dog back with us. And look at that loadout. Oh, that looks good.
Oh, that loadout looks so super sight.
And honestly, even with the Rift, you're going to have so much potential of getting out of bad situations. If you're in a bad 1v1 build battle, you start losing, you're starting to get blocked in, you could just pop that Portal Rift and get yourself out of so many bad situations. So Hunt Dog is going to be in such a good spot going forward into their next fights.
And difficult now, getting to the top of this hill, this is going to be a really precarious situation for them. If they're able to take this position and keep this position, see, they've already got somebody up on the top right there. They're looking down at them. So this may not be a position that they want to stick with.
No, it is not. They're going to have to pop those small shields, get themselves backed up at least a little bit, but they're going to try and drop down, but realizes, and here's another competitor just along the way. We're going to be seeing them take those shots. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here.
This is a duel right here.
Order 66 going to be waiting on standby. Pellin, though, going to get trimmed off. Let's see if they're going to be able to do anything here. Not going for the build battle right now. So some of these competitors that go into this tournament, you don't have to be great at builds to get points, to get in the money. That's the great thing about Friday Frags. If you're able to land your shots and be confident breaking into these builds, you'll be in a really good spot. But Oldster is going to take down Nightmare. A jump shot, difficult, putting themselves in a very difficult position as they're going to be able to put up a wall, try to pop these small shields and get themselves healed back up.
All right, this is not looking good right now for Pelon or Pelon. They're trying to chomp at the bit right now, but they're not in a good position.
Oh, they're not, as the third party is going to come in really fast. Someone with the lightsaber just shredding these builds, and that's going to be set. Gonna be able to take out Difficult, but now Pelon doesn't even know where they are. Baka taking down Cowberry Muncher as Pelon just gonna start sprinting away from that situation. And like I was saying before, you don't want like 4 weapons. The amount of time that you're going to be able to use all 4 weapons in your inventory is not going to be often.
Right.
So you want to focus on getting heals, shields, and some sort of mobility. Pelon right now,
not a good loadout.
Yeah, exactly. Relying more on having more weapons. But now we got Do FN on YouTube. Check him out. Gonna be here trying to just find some more loot, try to upgrade that shotgun. Everyone looking a little bit green.
No one's got good loadouts. We've got 16 people out of our initial 24.
Oh, beautiful shot there. One of my favorite weapons in the game right now is this sniper rifle, though. Even though it's green, it hurts. I mean, honestly, Amon Green being able to be, you know what? I'm just saying, Green, Amon Green, get it. All right.
I see what you did.
Wordy going to be building their way up this staircase. We got Edward just staying up here on the electric tower.
All right, this is not going to work out well. They're just battling for position. They're picking at each other right now.
Oh, we're just waiting. Wordy, a very great competitor, and they're just going to be able to break it down, headshotted, and they're going to be able to pick up their first elimination of this round.
Boom, Shalak Lock. I just boomed the room right there is what they just did. And we're going to get ourselves back another kill right there. We're down to 13 out of our initial 24.
Baka, they were running away and said, just because you're running away does not mean I'm going to give you any sort of mercy. And you saw Darth Vader just standing there.
Just standing there, right?
The build saying, where are you going to go? You know, you're surrounded. Oh, and Clicks will be able to get that elimination onto Do FN. They just literally were standing face to face, nose to nose, and was able to grab that elimination real fast. Got 2 to their name so far right now. Going to be checking out how the web slinging mechanics works, but they're going to be chilling in the storm right now. That's what a lot of competitors do as well. They play the storm, heal themselves back up, and then they start fighting once this top 10 starts to happen.
Well, we've seen that, as you would say, time and time again. This is a strategy that a lot of players partake in. However, is it the best strategy?
I don't ever really agree with it, because I feel like at the beginning of the game you have such huge opportunities to get eliminations on people. If you're better at building, you will be able to grab that elimination. If you're not so good at building, you might find yourself on a losing end of things. But right now we're seeing Keith Towers, unfortunately, on a losing end of that situation. Baka through the air is going to take down Set Clicks. We saw him with 2 eliminations.
Keith Towers
is going to get eliminated by Kazu. They're going to grab 2 for this round.
Yeah, they're definitely going to grab some shield as well. We're down to just 9 competitors right now. And Demon Shadow is looking high above everybody else. They have a really good vantage point. They can work between 2 high points and look down on everybody else. And they have the point of vantage right now.
They really do. So we'll see if that's going to work out for them. Going to try and just chip down damage. And really, once you get down to this top 10 situation, you could just start shooting out bullets. You want to start resource draining these competitors, because the longer they have, or the longer it takes for these competitors to replenish themselves in terms of their heals and shields, the less prepared they're going to be for once those later storms come forward. But right now, Zafu just hopping around, got that lightsaber for mobility, and they're going to be able to have that shotgun on standby. And remember, I would say what kind of shotgun it is, but these names are like ZAB235 Shotgun Blaster 48. So I'm just saying, hey, DMR, shotgun, and we'll go from there. But Quantai is trying to hop away from this situation. We see Wordy building their way back up and going around these corners, trying to catch him off guard. But Quantai is breaking some ankles right now.
I was waiting for them to take that that little scoop and poop upstairs, but they have decided that they're going to build their own stairs, and now they're looking down on their competitors. healing up. I mean, if you're wordy, do you get in there and get involved?
It matters because sometimes you don't really know how much damage you put out onto them. You don't know what kind of situation you want to go into in that situation, especially if you don't have the advantage, right?
Yeah.
The whole thing is that you want to claim their builds, be able to edit them for your own advantage, and grab that elimination. So if you don't already have the build, a little bit more difficult to try and get someone like Quantize, who's just a veteran in this tournament anyways. They know what they have to do to try and survive in those situations. Hunt Dog right now, gonna be in the storm. I don't know if
they're not losing health though. They're in the storm, not losing health.
But they're not losing health. I know. I was like, did their computer lag? What is going on there? Did I miss an update?
I was noticing that as well. We'll have to check back in on that. Now, as far as the new iteration of Star Wars in Fortnite, what do you like and what do you hate?
I love the X-Wing. I love the TIE Fighters.
Yeah.
Granted, the dogfights could be a little bit better, as we're seeing a dogfight between Zafu right now and another competitor. We're going to be seeing them break down the floor there. Shadow's going to be taking some fall damage, starting us out. Zafu's going to be in a really good spot. Let's see what they can do. They're currently going to have to... The big thing about it all is seeing Zafu in that shotgun and how much damage it does. Remember, it just goes pop and you have to reload it or cool it down and pop another thing on top of it, but it just does so much damage. That's why every competitor in this lobby right now has that shotgun.
Well, if you pop him in the face, you don't have to worry about the reload.
That is true. If you one-shot him, then what do you have to reload?
No, there's nothing to reload except for just sitting back. Now, Hunt Dog is grabbing some s'mores. He's about to...
Go up into the air.
Waving his arms like you just don't care.
Portal Rift going to be bringing them to another location, going through both of their Portal Rifts without grabbing anything too ideal. Still has a single elimination. And I say it every single week, eliminations are just as important as your placement, in my opinion. If you're only grabbing 0 to 1 eliminations per round, and you're like placing 8th, 9th, 10th place, it's not going to be enough to put you over the edge and get you even more money. Remember, first place, $250. It's a lot of money. So you want to put your best foot forward and try and grab as many eliminations as you can. And once we get down the line, we'll see who's going to be king of the castle in terms of grabbing as many eliminations as they can. But Bray the Beast taking a little bit of talking about campfire song, chilling in the bushes. So is Baka.
Very 70s of them right now. Everybody's chilling in the bushes.
Zafu going to be now just chilling, also peeking their head out, trying to observe what's around them. And really at this point of the game, in terms of 5th and 6th, and even going in the 7th circle, you're seeing all these competitors being so spread out. We're not going to be seeing fights going on for a little bit until that circle starts to put everyone together.
Yeah, everybody's going to take a respite right now. Everybody's going to heal up. They're going to try to take some pop shots. They're going to try to poke at you. And try to do a little bit of damage, hoping that you don't have that much shield left in your inventory.
Exactly. Quantize, though, got to be a little bit careful. That grappling hook's about to run out. Don't know if they have another one on standby or if they saw another one that they could potentially grab to refill themselves. Because when you got no mobility, you're going to be put in a really bad spot. Hunt Dog, who has genuinely the best loadout in the game right now, got that mythic kind of DMR looking weapon. You got the scope on it, as well as that shotgun on and legendary shotgun on standby. They were going to do damage right when they lock eyes with you. If you see Hunt Dog, you better be praying that their controller, their mouse disconnects, or that somehow they go blind in the next 5 seconds, because if you get hit by one of their items, you're going to have to heal up really fast. And we're currently seeing a few other competitors starting to build up their own placements here, because with 7 seconds, the storm is going to push in. And a lot of these competitors do have zone advantage right now, so we'll see where these competitors are going to go next.
I'm not sure Hunt Dog knows that he's got a couple competitors below him.
That is true. Trying to make sure everything is fortified is also important so that you don't have anything that you're not prepared for or anything that's about to happen, as you're seeing currently. Hunt Dog, though, in a really good spot, trying to keep themselves as safe as possible, especially going into the next storm. Going right back over to Baka. They ain't even wasting anything. Surely this is the way to do it. Baka just chilling in a bush and doing what they do best and just scoping out the competition. Bray the Beast, though, going to now get shots on them. They're going to have to chill for a time being and try and do their best to survive, placing down just a few walls, and that's really all it takes at the end of the day. If you're able to learn how to break into someone's build and control it, and learn edits, which I think should be the very first steps, you will be able to be in a really good spot going forward.
Yeah, as far as builds are concerned, if you don't know how to edit, just go no builds.
That is
just
true.
Chill.
Peekaboo, though, going to get shot from the side here, dropping him all the way down. Has to pop the Porta Rift, and that's not really ideal, especially when you're going to be seeing a lot of these competitors are going to have their eyes on lock and seeing what they can do. We'll see what Hot Dog can land, and Peekaboo, here they are. Quantize is going to be the one opening up their eyes and seeing a huge elimination for themselves. 7 players left. Is Hunt Dog going to be sliding their way, trying to figure out that grappling hook? Going to have a bad case of rug burn going forward.
How do you feel about these grappling hooks? I mean, the Spider-Man iteration, all that stuff. I can't get used to it. I know that the mat movement is key, but I just can't get down to it. I'm able to just plot and walk. Now, do you like to just get from one area to the next?
Oh, 100%. Especially when I'm playing, like, you know, a lot of these competitors wanted reload and it's a lot faster. Yeah. You know, commentating that much. Commentating that event, which was absolutely amazing and really, really fun. We should bring that back, by the way.
I agree. I agree, by the way. That was a lot of fun.
But in those situations, I'm absolutely someone who's going to try to pick up something mobility, go into these fights, especially when you're in these first rounds. You have 4 more rounds to go after this. Don't just say, you know what, I'm going to go for this, go for that. Get the rust off immediately and go for something, because a lot of the times you might find someone that might not be as good as building against you, and then you'll be able to grab an easy elimination. But Kazu right now with 2, trying to take down Wordy and putting out shots and trying to trim down as many builds as they can. And 2 of the competitors are also shredding down those walls. Wordy taking a little bit of damage from both sides. They are looking like they're panicking just a little bit.
Oh, they're definitely panicking because they don't know where Kazu's coming from. Even though he's shooting them from the left, they can't tell that right now. They're just unhappy.
Oh!
Now they got it. Now they got it.
Kazu going to have to crouch their way into this corner and say, you know what? Fair. That is fair. That's a good return to sender type moment.
He was standing there way too long and way too confident.
Wordy also going to be able to have those big shields on standby, tops themselves off, and now you're seeing the circle and all these, the last competitors going in here. Baka still has Darth Vader on standby.
Yeah,
I really
see
wonder,
Vader.
Hey, I wonder what they're talking about. You know what? You got the AI. What is one thing you would ever ask Darth Vader, Logan?
If I could ask Darth Vader, I'd say, who's my father? I mean, no, I really want to know.
I really want to know. You know who yours is. Why don't I know who mine is? We got currently Baka, Zafu, and a widescreen shot.
What is going on down here? He's swimming in a pool of blue.
Yes, that's just head peeking so that if they do get shot at, they're able to put up a roof and then get themselves right back down into to keep themselves safe going forward. So they're able to just peek their way out, and like you're seeing with like a window right here, it takes a little bit longer to edit and get themselves going. When you put down a rooftop right on top of you, it's a little bit faster, but Zafu right now got that rift on standby and gonna pop it and try to get on top of one of these other competitors' builds. They see where the shots are going. You're seeing this huge tunnel of builds. But Zafu going off the side got a nice little placement here, taking a little bit of damage, but places down those builds real fast as Zafu once again has to pop a big shield. Going forward, we're seeing Baka here with 3 eliminations on top as well.
Yeah, we've got 7 players left right now, and everybody is battling for supremacy. Right now, Zafu has a gold gun, whereas Baka only has a lightsaber. So Baka has the close combat, but Zafu has that gold gun. I want to see him use it to their advantage.
Let's see what's going to happen here. You're seeing these very close quarters, especially in this build right now. A lot of vulnerable spots where they trying to keep themselves safe. Finally closes it up, and now looking around the side here, Baka with that lightsaber, trying to just observe what's going on in the battlefield. They're literally running, and no one's even near them right now.
Run in.
And they're going to be able to grab some mats, get themselves topped off for the time being. This circle is schmoving, and these competitors better be ready for it. 6 players left. Breda B still alive and still has a lot of healing to go to get themselves down and out of this tournament. But currently seeing this circle with this bird's eye view from Breda Beast. Let's see who's going to be the next one going down.
Yeah, well, Beast has to make a drop, and here's the thing. You're gonna get called out. And everybody from the ground floor right now is going to see the Beast as...
Oh!
Exactly. You're getting killed, bro.
And finally is able to drop down, put up some walls, and now they're going to have to pop those smalls and bigs and hope that they're going to be able to heal themselves. But Quantize goes down to Baka. Hunt Dog is going to get shot. They're going to have to pop that Chug and get themselves topped off. Going into the next circle, you're seeing how it's moving, and it's not going to stop moving. 50 seconds, and they're currently going to have to go up the side of this mountain. Baka and Hunt Dog stuck at the bottom. They're going to have to build their staircase up, and Baka being at a really disadvantaged position. Breda Beast finally goes down, goes through their 9 lives, and this is going to be a top 4 situation, Logan.
Yeah, right now, we've got Baka and Wordy and Zafu all trying to get to the highest point because they want to be looking down in the competition. Zafu taking a little bit of a vacation over there, but looking down constantly, and that shield oh my gosh, they just dove on them.
Yeah, Zafu is going to be able to grab that elimination on Hunt Dog. Hunt Dog being my fan favorite, as well as a competitor who had such great weapons, but if you get caught off for half a second, you're going to go down. We currently see this top 3 situation. Wordy is going to take a ton of damage, and they go down. Baka's looking like they're locked in and ready to go. Zafu, though, has a little bit more shields than Baka. Going to drop right off on top, trying to just box them in and control the situation. Going off to the side, lands the shot with the shotgun. Baka on life support. We're currently seeing Zafu on the below ground. So Baka, who is going to be able to do it? Shirley trying to shoot down the floor. Got one small shield off.
He's got it.
Zafu is going to take a ton of damage. How did that even happen? There's Vader! What? No, you're joking, right?
No. Vader.
Is that what happened?
Vader got the kill.
That's what happened.
Vader got the kill.
No shot. They pulled them into the storm.
Yeah.
The whole plot line, starting from the beginning of the game, getting Vader on your side and saying, don't worry about it. I got this.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy.
We're going to
That's
come
nuts.
back. We're going to catch your breath. Catch your breath, because we've got a lot more happening. Friday Night Frags will continue. Oh, we're not? Okay.
Never mind. All right, we're going to get right back to the conversation of seeing what just happened there. That is absolutely insane to think about, especially in that situation where you're seeing Baka. They were in a really bad spot. They didn't have as much shields. They didn't have much heals. They did not even. Zafu had the advantage the entire time and then just took one shot to equalize it and bring him down to 1 HP, which is insane to see that whole thing play out. And then a part of me likes to think that Baka was trying to let Darth Vader get the kill, or was it just completely coincidental?
Coincidental.
You think so?
I do. I think that they were just happy Darth Vader was there with their back, and that's one of the things I want Darth Vader to say to me. I've got your back.
And they did. Baka just grabbing the first victory royale of the night, being able to confirm that one. Going to put him right on top of that leaderboard. Baka, a professional in this scene, has seen them time and time again, especially in the Fortnite Championship Series. In those cups, they do work and they make money at this game, and it's showing exactly why. Their confidence, they're able to be in a situation where they should have lost this 1v1 against Zafu, but was able to turn it all around, take control of the high ground, and say, you're not gonna win. I'm Obi-Wan Kenobi, even though Darth Vader's on my side for some reason, and I'm making it all happen, grabbing that first victory royale of the night. But also, all of these competitors doing such a great job in these build battles, going back and forth. The confidence today is off the charts with these players.
Well, it's not enough to be like, hey, I'm Obi-Wan Kenobi and I've got the high ground, okay?
No.
But I need you to understand, having the high ground in Fortnite is the best place you can possibly be. We've seen it before. We've seen it again. We will see it tonight. If you are higher than everybody else and shooting down upon them, you're in a good position to win.
You really are. You're going to find yourself in such an advantageous spot. You'll see the competition in a different way, especially time and time again, we have situations where a lot of these competitors who come week after week, they are the ones controlling the high ground.
Yes.
They'll build a staircase up, fortify it, and then just shoot down on the competitors. That didn't happen this time around, especially with that mountain. It put a lot of those competitors who normally do that with the zone advantage in a really bad spot. They'll just build a staircase up, shoot down at the competition, and just say, hey, if you're going to run out of your build, I see you, and you're done. You're going to be put in the books.
Yeah, we're not John Cena over here. We can actually see them. Oh, man. All right, so we saw that first game.
Yes.
That was pretty intense.
It was.
Now, we did see what we generally tend to see here is people taking time and thinking to themselves, how can I best utilize my position?
Yes.
We saw some camping. I don't consider it camping when you get to the end and you're trying to figure it out.
No.
How do you feel, as far as being a strategic player, when you get towards the end, what are you looking to do?
I 100% agree with you. I always get on everyone, especially at the beginning of the game. You don't want to just sit in a corner and wait, right? Oh, I got a shotgun and I got an assault rifle. What else do you have? Nothing. You want to run around. You want to grab those first builds, those first mats, and then be able to grab a great weapon, great gun. And there's easy ways to do it. Plan out your attack right when you start this match, especially with 24 competitors. It's not like you're playing a regular public lobby of Fortnite. You have the opportunity to go to these named locations, grab these mythic weapons like we saw with Hunt Dog, grabbing those assault rifles, grabbing those shotguns, and get yourself in a good position out of the gate. And then I always love to just generally just say, hey, I want to go for an early fight. See how it goes. Try and test the waters. And if you don't, and you don't do well, you got more rounds to come up.
Right.
But you really want to make sure that you're confident enough into the beginning of the game at least to grab at least 1 or 2 eliminations. That's always my mentality when I first drop into these matches.
Now, the point system for this is much different than Saturday Night Speedway. Explain that to me, because I'm a neophyte.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I will bring up the point breakdown potentially as we get those scores up, and I'll be able to explain that to all of you as well, because I want to get the exact right scoring going down the line, and then I'll be able to tell you that much. And then going forward into the next matches, you'll be able to keep track of how your favorite player is doing. Basically, the best thing that you can think about, top 10, you're getting some points. Going down the line from 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you're getting additional points on top of how many you get with your eliminations.
Now, the difference between this and SNS is that all of these competitors stay in the running.
Yes.
There's no qualifiers. There's no semifinals. There's 5 matches. Points matter at the end of the day.
Yes.
But winning matters as well.
It does. That victory royale will, like you're going to see with Baka, really skyrocket you, put you in first place. And if you consistently start getting those top 3 placements with a little bit of eliminations and a little bit of magic, you'll be able to get yourself into the money in a really good spot. But the people who are winning these victory royales and getting first places, doesn't matter if you camped for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, you'll be able to put yourself into a top 10 spot.
I am a firm believer in holding high ground. We've talked about this. We know this to be the truth. However, does it matter if you just grab that high ground, figure out where you think the center point is going to be, and just camp there?
Exactly. It's the same exact mentality as Warzone or something else. You want to have that zone advantage, right? You want to have the storm to your back, or even potentially, hey, the storm moved all the way over there. Let me get there first. And then I'll be able to camp out the competition that's lagging behind, put yourself up in a nice little build, find the competitors, like you said, have that high ground, and start planning your routes in that way. Or just play in the storm. We see so many of these players who are super talented in builds, 1v1s, everything else. They camp out in the storm. They just said, hey, you know what? I don't want to die in 20th place, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm walking over here, I'm walking over there. Play the storm, and then you'll be able to play the positioning rounds instead of just saying, hey, I'm going to go in, fight, lose, go to the next round. Fight, lose, go to the next round. There's different ways where you can play against your odds and try and give yourself a better running, especially because, like I said, top 10 positioning is the #1 thing you got to go for.
Well, the #1 thing I try to go for is a win.
Yes.
How many kills equal a win?
How many kills equal a win? Like
point-wise.
Oh, yeah. So you're going to be seeing, especially once we get those scores updated, going to be, I do believe, let me just bring it up right now.
Please do.
The point totals are always changing, because I don't know if we actually, did do a change up on that, but I'll bring it up momentarily and see what's pumping in terms of the scoring
And
table.
while he's doing
there
that,
we go. Okay, so Victory Royale, we got that 25 points for a Victory Royale. So then going down the line, we're going to be bringing it down. Like I said, we had it differently, and that's what I had in my mind, but we updated it to be a little bit more current to give everyone else a chance as well. You're seeing second place, 23 points, third, 21, fourth, 19, fifth, 17, sixth, 15 points, seventh, 14, and then going down the line, 13, 12, 11, 10, and then going from there. And even the placements from, we're going to be seeing 21st to 25th place. That's going to be the cutoff right now. 7 points just right out of the gate.
Oh, wow.
So dropping in, you're at least going to find yourself into the running and then going from there with that updating scoring timeline.
I got 400 points just for spelling my name correctly on the SATs, so I understand that.
Was that the SATs?
I don't know.
Was that?
I'm old.
The LOGANTs? Logans? Is that your own test?
Is that what you took?
Potentially. I don't know. How did I get here? Who knows? Not the SATs. But we're going to be seeing what we're going to be seeing next round. Potentially a little bit more aggressive.
A little bit more aggressive, right? That's a feeling out round. As aggressive as that round was, I feel like the first round and the last round are a little bit of a feeling out period.
It is.
Everybody wants to see how the other competitors are going to play their game and then adjust in the moment to that gameplay. These are going to be the exciting ones.
I do agree, because especially now going into the second round, got your feet wet, you're able to say, hey, the water's not too cold, the water's not too hot. This is what I got to do to succeed in these games, and then take your steps from there. Try to figure it out, try to do what you can, and then make it all work out towards the end of these later rounds. Because really, at the end of the day, I talk about it, eliminations are going to matter the most, especially if we see Baka win time and time again. You're going to now be fighting for second place potentially. And I always know I shout out Baka nonstop, but there's still super talented competitors in the house with us as well that are going to be fighting for that first place spot. But you got to be confident enough to say, hey, just because this person knows how to build, I shouldn't just Portal Rift, get out of here, and go all the way over to the other side of the map and not see them. You got to take a chance. There's so many times where we've been seeing underdog competitors take down these absolute juggernauts here at Friday Frags, and all it took was a little bit of confidence.
Just a little bit of confidence and a little bit of stick-to-itiveness as well. Because it's very scary when you go all in Fortnite, especially by yourself. It's one thing to have a team behind you. Or
Darth Vader.
Or Darth Vader, by the way. Look, if you're not dropping and picking up an NPC, you are doing yourself a disservice. I'm just gonna put it out there. I know everyone's like, oh, NPC, do it. You know why you just lost? Because Darth Vader just killed you.
That's the way to do it. And there's been other seasons where NPCs were like a lot more prevalent. Where you're able to have them on your side 24/7. They alert you. They say, hey, there's someone right outside your build. Do you want me to miss every single shot on them to alert you? And then you'll go from there. And there's, especially with Darth Vader, like you're seeing, they're really just, honestly, kind of crazy, because with the force pull and everything else that they have, and throwing the lightsaber, just chipping off damage as much as they can, even if they have 80 shields left, that's an advantage for you. That's where my mentality is. Drop into these fights and learn how to win these fights without putting yourself in a bad position. So drop where Darth Vader is. Try to go for those early 1v1s and grab a potentially free elimination, and not let someone else take Darth Vader for free like we saw Baka do in the beginning of this first round.
How do you feel about Darth Vader being in a samurai situation?
Yeah, I like that they're redoing like skins, right? That they're able to, like, granted that skin was all right, but for the most part, we're going to be seeing a lot of those skins that were in the Battle Pass and Battle Pass exclusive come back into the item shop. Like, we had the Mandalorian skins just recently, where you're able to customize your own Mandalorian in your own skin. So I like that they're revamping it, that they're like, okay, we know you're not going to have a chance to get this skin. Here's a different version that's pretty good in quality and that you should be happy with. I like that they're trying to do something like that, especially for Battle Pass exclusive skins. I think it's kind of nice that they're at least saying, hey, we know you're never going to get this skin again. Right. Let's give you something to have.
Well, hey, Fortnite overall has the best IP licensing out there. I mean, say what you want about Call of Duty. Was Godzilla that good?
Yes.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was great.
I only brought it up because I know you loved it.
Yes.
Godzilla and King Kong.
No, that was actually my favorite season so far. I'm just saying. I'm just being able to spawn in as Godzilla and then you just use the atomic breath and you're like, I think that's cooler than going up in an AC-130. That's all I'm saying.
All right, not terrible. Now, have you gotten up into an X-Wing?
No, well, X-Wing, yes. The Star Destroyer, no.
No. So you haven't
because
gotten
it's
up
just
there.
one portal. You gotta run into it first. It spawns always like 500 meters away, and I played a decent amount this season, and unfortunately, not been able to grab that. I'm in the X-Wing. I'm darting over to it, and then when I'm like 50 meters away, it just says coming in, dead.
Dead as a doornail.
It's how it happens. And it's so, I just love the memes too. You know, you're like, there's like 4 people camping in a corner and you're just like, all right, this is how people felt when they saw the Star Destroyer come into their planet.
Well, just imagine you're Alderaan. Oh, I'm sorry. Bad example?
Too
soon?
Oh, boom.
Too soon?
Not a good time. Not a good time in the Star Wars universe.
Sorry,
right now.
sorry about that. I apologize. Not really though.
What was that? How many years now?
Oh, 7 years ago, I believe.
7 chairs ago, we'll be seeing once again, if you want to enter in to get a new Eureka Ergonomics chair, follow us on all of our social medias, HyperX Arena. Scan that QR code. We're giving away 2 of those bad boys.
Oh, wow.
We're sitting on them right now in the arena. So if you're able to scan that QR code, and even if you're at home, scan it and get involved. We're giving away 2 of these beautiful gaming chairs. They are so nice. And we're going to be ending this giveaway on June 15th. So if you don't get into it now or tomorrow or the day after that, you're going to be missing out. June 15th, right around the corner.
Do not miss out because it's only 4 days before my birthday. So use code. No, actually don't.
Oh, I was about to say.
Birthday you were about to get yourself a chair.
Yes.
Yeah. Definitely
or if
go
I win
over
mine,
there.
I'll give it to you, Logan. You know?
That'd be great.
Yeah.
I could use it. My neck and my back and my back and my neck. I could use that.
Clearly. We'll be seeing momentarily getting everyone into the lobby, getting into the next round. Like we said before, we're getting things worked out in terms of everything else we have to do today. Like we said, we're going to be doing interviews with Amon Green and getting all of these different aspects under control and getting everything back on track. Because last week, unfortunately, couldn't stream the event, couldn't get everyone involved, but we're trying to get everything back rolling, especially with so many moving pieces here at the HyperX Arena. It's tough.
It is. But we're here, and I'm hearing from the stage we've got movement happening.
We do have movement happening. We're trying to get everyone back on the same page, get everyone in there, or just ice everyone out. I like that idea too. Hey, Baka, you were locked in. Good one. Zafu, you got top 2. Not next round because you're going to be a little bit trying to get yourself into this lobby. But we'll get it going momentarily. Bear with us as we wait for the queue to get restarted.
All right.
There we go.
Here we go. They're going to get everything together on stage, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. We've got a lot of Friday Night Frags, baby, coming at you.
Hello and welcome back to Friday Frags, and I hope we have gotten all of you back into the lobby and getting you all suited up, buckled into the battle bus, and getting yourself ready for round number 2 of 5 rounds here tonight. Logan, we're back with it again. Are you excited to see what these competitors got to do in round number 2?
Well, I got to tell you this right from the very start. These competitors are better than I am.
Oh, yeah. Well,
that goes without saying? Is that what you're going to say?
I mean, I was going to say something more clever than that, Logan. Come on.
I highly doubt it. Go ahead. I'll give you a second. 3, 2, 1.
I've got 5 tortoises in my backyard, and they probably could play Fortnite better than you can. They're probably about the same age as you, Logan, so you're on equal playing ground there. Oh.
You know what? Your mom's a tortoise. Boom!
Whoa. I wasn't making it personal, man.
Well, I did. However, hopefully these competitors are not making it personal. We've seen some of these competitors here time and time again.
Yes.
Now, who are some of your favorite competitors?
I have a huge special place in my heart. I mean, Keith Towers in the house with us again. Been tuning into my stream, so I've been a little bit biased, but they've been talking about how much they've been practicing for this event and doing the work that needs to be put in. Granny, first round, a little bit of an unfortunate circumstances, but we're going to be seeing what they can do in round number 2. Let's get it started.
Ladies and gentlemen, theys and thems, children of all ages, let's check out Keith Towers as he drops in to Friday night Fortnite Frags.
There we go. And then Amon Green.
Oh, he's in the house.
He's in the house.
That's Batman AG30. Guess what his
there he is.
Guess what his actual jersey number was?
31.
No, it was 30, by the way. It was 30.
I thought mine was a good guess.
Now, here's the cool part about my good friend Amon.
Yes.
Is not only did he play sports, primarily football, in college at Nebraska, guess what he does now? He is the esports coach at Nebraska.
Let's go.
Get it done.
That is awesome to hear that they just, you know what, and it's great to have so many influential people. I mean, it's a future Hall of Famer,
right.
Truly a wonderful person overall, and then they're getting into the esports space. They say,
Yes.
you know what, I want to bring more people into it. Like you said, to not be embarrassed. To be like, hey, we're gamers and we enjoy it and we're good at it. So these athletes already having so much under their belt in terms of stress management, being clutch in game time. They are super talented in their own right. As we're going to be getting a star spelled it out case on YouTube. Gonna have to just fly away from that situation because unlike zero builds, you have an overshield. When you're going against that many bots, you don't already want to put yourself in a bad spot. But the first elimination of the day, serving it up Gary's way. Gonna be going to Baka, taking down Set Clicks.
You know what? Set Clicks is going to cry a little bit, but that's okay. They're going to dry their tears and get back into it. As we check in on Amon Green, getting that shield up to 100. Close. He's not going to quite get there. He's going to need about 10 more to get there. But Amon has been playing this game for a very long time. He loves video games. Some of his favorite video games, Super Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt, 10-yard fight. What do you know about 10-yard fight, bro?
Well, you fight at the 10-yard line.
Oh, that's awesome. It's a football game.
Oh, well, that's not wrong. I'm not entirely wrong.
No,
am I right?
You're not entirely wrong. As Baka is just picking up kills right now, down to 23. They've got at least one.
They got 2.
No, they got those. They got those, baby.
Yeah, the first 2 eliminations of the day gonna be going to Baka here in round number 2, and they dropped right at it. On Vader Solace.
Yeah, I know.
I told you that this is what you have to do. You got to drop with them. You got to be able to contest them, especially early. They won't have mats. They won't have builds. They will just have gunfight. And that's what you really want to do at the end of the day is win in that way. And they automatically already got Vader back on their side.
Yep.
So they're already going to have an extra player advantage going into this next 22 players left.
And I just don't understand why every single player doesn't just drop on an NPC and pick them up. Yeah, let's get some cheers over there.
There we go.
Love
TJ,
that.
he 14 going to also be topping off their shields, getting themselves up to that 100% protection as right now going to just be farming mats. Early game, this is what you got to do.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen competitive Fortnite, this is the first steps. Get heals, shields, some mobility, and then farm your mats so that if you do get caught off guard, you'll be able to get at least a little bit of a fight back and forth going right out of the gate.
So let's go with loadouts.
Yes.
We already know you want a sniper rifle, right?
I mean, sometimes I think the sniper rifle in this game is actually pretty good. Not in this game. In this season, I really like it a lot because it's quite literally a laser. So having a sniper rifle, that assault rifle like we're seeing, and that particular shotgun, you'll be putting yourself in a really good spot. Baka with 3, taking down the dude 1, by the way, as we get into Kazu's 1v1 right now. Already with a big advantage, trying to claim that wall. Unfortunately, and fortunately, they'll be able to hop, skip, and a jump off to the side of that build and grab their first elimination of this round. But going back to your loadout, I definitely think the sniper rifle is not a bad thing to have on standby. 2 weapons max is all you need.
All right, so you're going with a sniper rifle and a shotgun?
Yes.
Okay.
100%. Especially in these builds, you're seeing it's close quarters.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It's close quarters. You're not going to need a sniper rifle, shotgun, SMG, assault rifle, sniper, a shot rifle. Like, you don't need it. You don't need it.
All right, so how do you feel about the lightsaber coming into play?
I think sometimes it's great because it can shred these builds. It can just burst you through them as well as destroy them really easily and give you additional mobility.
You know what we saw last week that was super effective?
Yes.
Was being able to throw, no, actually, because you weren't here, but being able to throw the lightsaber into your build and then switch out the gun.
Yes.
And start firing. I want to see more of that.
That would be great, especially with those Sith lightsabers. You'll be able to find yourself in a very good spot if you're able to just shred through their builds and get into a good spot. Cowberry Muncher, unfortunately, is not in a good spot there, but gets himself to safety.
I just want to point that out.
Yes.
That it sounds like a terrible superhero from South Park.
You're not even wrong. You're not even wrong.
If you get that joke, that's really good. If you don't, Keith Towers is building.
Gonna have to go all the way back up.
Yeah.
Very huge trade there, but finds the window and is able to grab that elimination. And being in the competitive mode, you get heals if you get these eliminations. So they'd only have to worry about getting some more shields.
Yeah, he's definitely going to need some shield. Hopefully he's going to open up that chest and, some shields. Tournament gets some shields, doesn't actually need them. They've got more shields than they can handle. They actually need some better weapons.
Yeah, especially having those greens, trying to upgrade those. Shield bubble, not a bad thing in this season either. It's a little bit more impactful when you're dealing with X-Wings, TIE Fighters, and everything else. But we got Amon Green gonna try and take out the Clone Trooper headquarters, one of them on the map right now. Gonna get their gun overheated. Remember, you don't have an overshield in these situations, so if you take a few shots from these NPCs, you're gonna have to pop that big shield and get yourself back up to 100, but they take it almost 100% perfect game, but they're going to be able to trim off to the side. There we go. Claim it, grab some small shields potentially, or find a better weapon.
Yeah, I don't think Amon really saw what's about to happen to him because he's about to get second partied, really. Yeah, this is going to be a one-on-one battle.
Oh no! He just straight sprinting, not gonna have the mats they need to give themselves some protection and some safety. The only safety that they're gonna be seeing here today is the safety of the lobby screen right now.
All right, well, Dew just took out Amon Green. How many players can actually say that they just took out a future Hall of Fame running back? No one except for Dew right now.
He was looking like a running back there. You saw him trying to sprint away, though, man.
He was trying to get away, but he just wasn't.
Didn't have the mobility
You got to shuck and jive a little bit. You got to move. You got to move.
Got to dive. Got to zoom out of the way.
Amon always says being a running back is like getting into a car accident 33 times in one day.
Ooh.
Imagine that.
I don't want to. I'm good. You can have that profession. I'm skinny and not
fragile.
that strong.
And you're very fragile.
I'm gonna bench 185.
All right, let's check out Kazoo. By the way, he's got the high ground right now.
It doesn't have the Obi-Wan Kenobi skin on, so I don't know what they're doing there. Demon Shadow, though, gonna take down TJ, which is a very unfortunate situation. But Kazu gonna be able to trim off to the side, absolutely decimate their shield. But you're seeing the long reload on that shotgun. But the time that you have from going from the top of this build to the bottom and trying to claim it as best as they can, drops them down from the floor and says, hey, buddy, here's a shotgun blast to the face. Kazu finds 2.
Floor no more, don't need it. Kazu gets that. We've got 16 out of our initial 25 players left. Baka doing their deal right now, getting a couple good shots. Now, they just walked away from a purple weapon. How do you feel about that?
Normally, these competitors know what they want and what they need to do, especially with what loadout, especially as someone as the caliber as Baka. They know exactly what they got to do, what they need, and what they really enjoying this season, right? Everyone has their own preference. Everyone likes to do their own thing, have their own weapons, and really just find out what works best for themselves. But Keith Towers right now, just playing the Storm, trying to go for those big position points like we broke down before the break. That is not a bad thing to do either. Playing in the Storm is the safest spot you can be. As much as unbelievable as it can be, it is the safest way to get yourself into that top 10 situation.
Now, we're seeing some kind of inventive skins. I haven't actually seen this one before, because I don't own it. What's your favorite skin in Fortnite? They've got so many good ones. What's your favorite one to run around with?
I'm biased. I love the Godzilla skin. I don't care what people say, but yeah, what can I say? It's very nice. The details, the textures, it's super nice.
The details, the textures, I love his tail.
It's great. It's great. I don't know what to tell you. It's beautiful, truly. But that's actually a good question. I have so many in my locker, Logan. It's embarrassing. It's actually not embarrassing. I'm pretty proud of my collection. Everyone who looks at it, they're like, man, you got enough skins there? And I said, no. I'm collecting a Hall of Famer right here. All of my favorite things into one game. How much better does that get?
Well, it doesn't get this much better for whomever is on top of Dew right now.
That is true.
Demon Shadow. Demon Shadow. They've got that high ground and
just shredded through those rooftops. We're going to be seeing Dew trying to claim it as best they can, makes that edit, goes around these corners, jumps up to the side. What a shot. Now they're going to be able to press the advantage, try to claim this wall, get the edit, and they grab it. Demon Shadow is going to see the sunlight, and they're going to go gone. But Darth Vader right there, done. Gonna be seeing Baka jumping up to the high ground. We're gonna be now going around these corners, grabs that edit, and they control this build battle right now. Almost takes them down. DoFN is now on life support. Just pull the plug, Baka.
Just edited themselves a door, by the way, and walked through that bad boy. They kicked out the door. They said, Papa, don't hit me no more. Let's get some.
DoFN is gonna get eliminated. Baka, along with Darth Vader, is gonna be there. Gonna be able to bring us to that 14-player count. We're gonna be seeing though Copy once again, one of your favorite skins in the game right now.
Yeah, it's don't very be a player, glowing. Be a hater, and if you can't hate, copulate.
You know what? You can't argue with that logic right there.
I'm just saying.
But a very bright skin, to say the least. Like a lot of competitors, at least in the competitive scene, you're going to be seeing. It's actually a superhero skin, if you didn't know. Don't know how it is a superhero skin.
Well, it's not a good superhero skin, but it's still a superhero skin.
Yeah, if that broke into my house at midnight, I wouldn't think that it's there to save me.
You would be up and you would throw a shoe at it.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I wouldn't think that that's a superhero. I'd think they're breaking into my house or something. I never understood it because in the game with such great. I mean, I understand it. You want to blend into your surroundings.
It's a great skin.
Exactly. You blend into your surroundings.
Oh, no. That's total Call of Duty stuff. That's Call of Duty stuff.
That's the same thing here. You pick the skin that helps you blend in. Unlike the Diva Mech skin that we got right here with Difficult, gonna be trying to do their best, trying to get through these builds, trying to check out where the other competitor is, crouching to silence their movements, to get themselves a little bit more of a surprise attack, potentially.
Surprise attack?
Surprise attack.
Wordy over here doesn't realize that he's about to get seen.
Oh, realizes.
Oh, he does.
Saw those metal builds going up, so they knew exactly
Maybe
where they
somebody
were
has their headphones half off. I mean, that was right on cue.
Going back to Wordy. Going to be observing these.
Now, when you move like this, like Difficult is doing, do you throw up barriers and let everybody know where you are?
I think the better idea is to start sprinting like you saw Wordy there.
Right.
And then if you get shot, put up those walls.
Put up the walls
You're
after,
really
right?
using unnecessary mats for no reason when they're not really going to get shot at until you need to place them down,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I get you're trying to reposition yourself, and now looking right out of the gate, boom, 2 shots. We're going to be seeing 130 out of the gate. Wordy has such a huge advantage going into this 1v1 build battle. And then going off to the right side, we do see Baka going into their own 1v1 as well. Goes off to the side. Wordy is going to now be equalized into this fight, trying to break down this wall. Let's see who's going to be able to stay on top in this build battle. Gets those small shields off. Difficult. Tried to press the advantage, but unfortunately backs off and wants to heal themselves back up as well. They had the opportunity, they did not take it, but Baka took their opportunity and eliminates E-Funny Yap.
For a hot second, I thought we were down to 1v1 because it just felt that intense, but it is not. We still have 12 players out of our initial 25. Difficult right now in a very difficult position.
Yeah, Wordy had all of that time to heal themselves right back up to full health. Difficult doesn't have any heals or shields to get themselves in a better spot. And there we go. Wordy is going to be able to land that shot behind him. Gets one more, and Wordy will be able to grab 2 eliminations for this round so far. They're topped off in heals and doing a little bit of a Miku. Quantize, though, going into their own build battle as well, trying to observe lasers hunt dog across the way.
How'd they even see that? I mean, that was just spot on, literally.
It really was. You saw the crosshairs just trace him down the line into the woods.
I can't stay in the lines. I don't know how they did.
You can stay in the lines, though. Tomorrow, if you want to join us for some Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Heck yeah, you do.
Speedway, me and Logan are going to be back commentating that as well. Logan and I going to be there commentating that event. We're going to get Mario Kart World with those Switch 2s in here momentarily. We only have a few more events with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, so if you've been practicing that game and you know that game and you got a fresh Switch 2 waiting on standby, get involved into that competitive scene as we are now dropping in once again. Quantize lands a great shot onto Kazu there. Forces the pop of those splashes, but has that unlimited sprint on standby. So Kazu gonna close the gap and now see what they can do, because Quantize is just dropping down, trying to be on equal ground.
I gotta love that lightsaber. They've got the lightsaber. Let's use it. Close quarters battle. That's what a lightsaber is all about. Become a Jedi. Become a Sith. Do your due diligence and get this win.
Especially it's the final day with the Star Wars season.
Right.
Pick up a Star Wars. Pick up a lightsaber.
Yeah, pick up a lightsaber.
Pick up a
Why
lightsaber.
not?
Why not? Just have some fun with it. It's the final day. You know what? And a lot of these competitive players are going to be happy that this is the final day with the Star Wars season, because
them and me as well.
I enjoyed it, but I can see on a competitive side where it's just dealing with the lightsabers, dealing with all this stuff, a little bit more obnoxious than dealing with like a normal competitive mode.
I have never felt more like a stormtrooper than using these weapons. All right.
You're not even wrong. It was a long time for me to get comfortable with these weapons as well. Because just having the huge spread radius, they're supposed to be lasers, but then it takes the travel distance.
Yeah, they go all over the place.
The travel distance is like you shoot from a little bit far away, and then they're already 50 meters down the road, getting a touchdown and scoring 7 points onto the leaderboard. Keith Towers still playing the storm, grabbing those med kits, not worrying about a lot. The 2-tick is something you got to keep track of, because once that storm starts to add up and that storm sickness starts to go in, it makes it a lot more difficult, and you got to be right by the edge of the storm so you can get in and not worry about it. Kazu, though, lands a beautiful shot onto Baka. Will their teammate Darth Vader be there to save him? Force pulls one of the walls down, and Darth Vader breaking another wall off to the right side there. Kazu having to force to put up some more barriers, jumps up to the high ground. Let's see if the Star Wars legacy is going to come true. But look at that shot. Look at that trade. Has to pop the Chug Jug, get themselves back healed up. Baka and Kazu very low on health, but giving themselves the time of day to say, let's do a reset.
Wow.
Let's run it back.
Got it all the way back, by the way. All the way back, and that's one of the reasons that you want to have Vader on your side or an NPC to just kind of suck up some of those bullets. Be a sponge, if you will.
And to be able to break down those walls and force players to use even more mats. But Baka not in a good spot at all. You see their inventory. No heals, no shields.
No,
it is
done.
not ideal
I'm calling
for them.
it right now.
Who are you calling?
I'm calling Baka's done.
You're calling the Spaceballs to get them down here and try and save Baka over here?
We ain't seen anyways. Hunt Dog is on the hunt right now. Baka, however, had to retreat.
Yeah, that was kind of a crazy situation to have that trade. A run back, per se, Zafu versus Baka, already at that 11-player mark. But also one of the things about the NPCs is that they do teleport to go to where you are if you're far away, but then you know, okay, there's a player nearby. I got to be wary. I got to be a little bit more defensive, and I got to kind of not throw caution to the wind as Wordy just shooting out into the wind onto that competitor who's very far away. Not gonna exactly line up their shots perfectly, but if you're able to even land one shot, it's such an advantageous thing to do.
It is. I mean, the snipers and the rifles in this game have
very nice right now.
always been very nice.
Yes.
And especially right now. I'm a big fan in this game, very overlooked, handguns.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, unfortunately this season, not gonna have
so
them.
much.
Yeah, not gonna have them. I mean, like they're it's in the game, but they're very bad. I don't know why they made Han Solo.
Game?
Yes, but it's not like a hand cannon, you know? You got the pistol. But it's like, it's basically non-existent. If you pick it up, you basically want to throw it down because it burns your hand with how bad it is.
And, yo, let's talk about these loadouts, though. We're only seeing a few players be able to have stellar loadouts. These loadouts are very weak.
Yeah, because they're getting into fights such at an unfortunate time. 7 storms in right now.
Right.
They are not in a good spot to start shredding these resources because we might be seeing it 8th and 9th and 10th storm go very, very fast because these competitors are very low on heals, shields, and otherwise. They're playing very sloppy. They're taking damage. They're getting shots landed on themselves, and it's just unideal. Like you're seeing, Kazu, they got nothing. They got nothing to get themselves back into these fights.
And Peekaboo right now has next to nothing, but they do have heals and shields. Let's see if they can get themselves out of this corner. Nobody puts Peekaboo in a corner.
Hunt Dog going to shred Peekaboo's walls. Unfortunately, not going to be able to land any shots there. Baka finds one to bring us to a top 10 situation right now.
About time, by the way. It felt like that 11 person. They were there forever.
Ooh, we're going to be seeing Keith Towers also on the top of the screen. One
built
elimination. Putting themselves in a good spot. Quantai is also around this corner. Very talented player, but has been playing very reserved in these first 2 rounds. Not taking any huge risks so far. We'll see what happens once we get down the line of this top 10 situation.
I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down is what they're basically saying right now. By the way, Baka's got 6 kills this round. They are the definitive winner thus far.
They really are. I mean, even with the 6 eliminations, you have a top 20 from the next round, basically. Maybe, you know, top 26. But if they grab 1 or 2 eliminations, which it's going to be pretty difficult to do, especially in the spot that you're seeing, not having those heals, shields, or otherwise. Quantai is popping themselves up to 95 shields as well. Let's see what's going to happen next. Drops down, trying to keep themselves as protected as they can, but you're just having these competitors waiting on standby. Goes around this corner. Quantai is going to go down to copy, and Baka is going to be... No. The Beast is going to be there. Bray the Beast is going to pick that one up onto Quantai's. Baka on life support once again. Will they be able to find any sort of heals and shields? Bray the Beast, though, is doing work, putting out damage on the Keith Towers' walls, and now they're going to just be able to camp in the corner and just still lay out damage with this infinite ammo. They're going to find 2. Keith Towers goes down.
And we're down to 8 competitors out of our initial 25 right there. And you know what? This is where it comes down to the nitty-grit. Everybody has to get into that close quarters combat. And right now, Zafu done. We're down to 7. Wordy, the Beast, getting it done right now. Peekaboo still alive. Hunt Dog still alive.
Zafu, one of the competitors that got a top 2 finish in the previous round, but now Peekaboo gotta put down any sort of walls, but Hunt Dog is there to steal that away from Darth Vader.
That was Vader, baby. That was Vader.
But Hunt Dog doesn't have Vader. That was a whole situation where Vader was there about to pick up the elimination, but then Hunt Dog waiting on top of the mountain, the great vantage point that they had, they were able to pick up one. As Baka got that elimination, they got themselves healed back up because of that, I do believe. Their heals went back up because they got the elimination. Or they didn't get the elimination, but they got an elimination, get themselves healed back up, or found any sort of med kits. That's crazy.
Hunt Dog with a big hop, skip, and a jump right now. They need this heal. Will they be able to find all of it? Yes, indeed they will.
Ray the Beast took a little bit of fall damage. Their heals nowhere to be found in this top 5 situation. Everyone's just trying to stay alive as long as possible to grab 1, 2, maybe 3 more points. But your time is running out. You have to take a fight sooner rather than later. Ray the Beast taking a very dangerous sort of side route, and Baka, the previous victor, is gonna go down to Wordy.
And Wordy with 4 kills themselves. They're not doing too bad. Hunt Dog, they're on the lower end of this expectation. I do not see them winning this battle.
And Bray the Beast is going down. Kazu is going to be able to pick up that one. 3 players left. Hunt Dog currently, like you said, is the underdog in this sort of situation against Wordy and Kazu. Hunt Dog's been here longer than both of them, I do believe, potentially. But Kazu is going to now control the storm. Hunt Dog stuck inside the storm. They're going to be taking that chip damage. Has to jump up and try and find themselves into a good spot. Hunt Dog taking damage, and Wordy able to find that one. And that's going to put him up to 5. Will it be 6 to even it out? We'll see what happens. They're going to drop all the way down. Kazu able to equalize the battlefield right here, right now. Jumping around these corners. The high ground going over to Kazu. Shots landed. They are in a great spot. Kazu!
Oh my gosh!
Grabs that victory royale with 5 eliminations.
5 eliminations, Kazu!
That's the way to do it. Holding up onto that top rooftop, looking around these corners, jumped around, grabbed some damage, reloaded, said, hey, here's another one for you. Buy one, get one free, and grabs that victory royale. But Wordy shouldn't be too worried about it because they still got that 23 points for 2nd place.
I got to say, Amon Green went out pretty early on in that match.
Too early.
Sorry, Amon. Hey, you're going to show up on somebody's feed. I'll tell you that much. At least tag the man, please. Batman AG30, please. Tag them. Let them know it's Amon Green on all the other social medias. Let your friends know. You just beat a future Hall of Famer.
That's the way to do it. You know what? And we'll have even more athletes here competing in all of these events, Speedway, Frags, as well as Marvel Rivals coming up this weekend. So if you're a part of that scene, come on down. We got Speedway tomorrow, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And then on Sunday, we have some Marvel Rivals action. It's going to be a lot of fun. Those tournaments have been amazing. Very, very beautiful game. I absolutely love it from the bottom of my heart. This season, a little bit rough right now. They changed the entire meta up. The flying characters,
some stuff up. Yeah.
So many flying characters. So if you're a Johnny Storm main or anything else, you're gonna have a great time in this season right now. They just released Ultron, so you'll have a great time with that whole event. So if you want to, come on down to Marvel Rivals on Sunday or Speedway tomorrow for some Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and be here for Mario Kart World once we are able to set that all up and get that rolling.
And Sunday night, after Marvel Rivals, we will have Versus, baby. You can play against your favorite Hall of Famers like Amon Green, and we're going to talk to him right now.
Oh, let's see what happened.
Hey, Amon, how you doing over there, buddy? I've seen you look better.
I'm doing good, man. Just basic fundamentals, didn't shield up and got hit twice, and that was it. So I got to do better. I will this next round. So that was it. They caught me slipping, but it is what it is. Move on to the next round.
Slipping, tripping, it happens. Now, have you had an opportunity to play this new Star Wars? Because I know you're a huge Star Wars fan. How do you feel about this season and the weapons that you've been given?
Oh, yeah, just I played it a little bit earlier today. Got introduced to it again and love it. Love the you could go in and get like a lightsaber or Jedi training to come out with the Sith lightsaber or a Jedi lightsaber. I like that part. And then just everything Star Wars all about what they put in the download the DLC here. It's fun and they got all the challenges. So it's gonna be I know for everybody that's was able to do it from day one, I know they're sitting on very happy mode because there's so many little things you can unlock and all the Easter eggs that are from the Star Wars movies and Mandalorian and all the TV shows like that. It's been I'll say for everybody that's been able to partake since day one, I know they're having a good time.
And before we move on from Star Wars, I've got to ask, what or whom is your favorite Star Wars character?
Ooh, oh man, that's a tough one. I would say as a kid, I'll be real. When I was little, I saw Return of the Jedi first before I even saw. Oh no, I saw for New Hope. So it was probably Luke when I was a kid. As I got older and the newer movies came out, like Phantom Menace and then Clone Wars, had to be Mace Windu. And now between I say the last three with Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker, it has to be Rey. She's no blood related, but had the metachlorian count to make her a Jedi, and she turned into a badass. So appreciate the actress. I can't think of her name right now, but Ray, the character, awesome. So those are my favorite.
Daisy Ridley is her name.
Yeah, Daisy Ridley. Yep, Daisy Ridley. Yep.
I got your back, brother. I got your back. Now, look, you've been playing sports your entire life. I assume you've been playing video games your entire life. How have the two come together and made you better? How has video games helped pave the way to your great football career and other sports as well, or vice versa?
I would say it's helped my competition because I know sometimes in games when you get to play video games, even though you get a lot of times to correct mistakes, you don't get that opportunity on the field. So you got to, try to make it happen right away. You can't make, you can, you only have a few plays at a time, and when you have to make a big play, might as well take advantage of it right away in real life. In the game, you get to respawn or come back, you have extra lives and all that. And so that's the good part about that. But I know, so that tells me like, oh, when I'm on the football field for real, there's no second chance. I got to do it the first time and do it right.
And you do not get any second chances. And I talked about earlier how you have told me a million times being a running back in the NFL is like getting into a car accident 30 times. As we wrap this little piece up, can you talk to just somebody who's never been on the field of battle, what it is like being an NFL running back?
Well, that's easy. I reference old school video games. So the old pinball machine, that silver little ball that you see in the old school pinball machines, and then you pull back on the lever and then hit it. And then that ball starts spinning around, bouncing around the arcade machine and getting 100,000 points here, 500,000 points there, and 1,000,000 points there. But we ain't getting points. We just getting banged around. So that's what it is like for an NFL running back then and now for to run around the football field.
All right. So the last thing I got to ask you, are you going to do better in the next round? What's up, bro?
Yes, I'm doing 100% better.
Okay.
I'm going to shield up. I'm going to keep my head on the rotation. And yeah, I'm going to so I finished 19th. So I'm going to finish better than that next round.
Keep your head on a swivel. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. That is future Hall of Famer and Green Bay Packer great, Ahman Green. Thank you as always. I can't wait, by the way. All this month, we're going to be working with the Alumni Sports Network and our good friend Ahman Green. Dude, we've got so much headed their way. Tell them how they can get involved.
Oh, how they can get off? Go to our social media, follow Alumni Media Network. Alumni Media Esports is the website. So esports.com. Go there. And if you're a former athlete, there's forms you could fill out, get in our Discord and get your, information put in from Discord name, gamer tag, things of that nature. And then we'll reach out to you when we get the information and become part of the league and become part of some of the content that's here on HyperX and HyperX YouTube and Alumni Media Network.
Well, I'm super excited for the next couple months with everything that we're going to be doing here. And I'm super excited to see you do better because 19th is not where you like to be.
No, no, no. I'm about to do it right now. It'll make something
I
happen.
hold you to that because we're going to talk to you after this next match.
Exactly, yeah. Because you and Pidgey you can give me the business. I already know. So
Hey, just like John,
I gotta do better.
I'm going to give you the business. We'll talk to my good friend Amon Green in just a little bit. Thank you so much, Amon, for being here.
Yeah.
We do appreciate you.
No problem.
What a wonderful interview that was. I mean, it's always great to see inside the minds of these athletes and what they can always transition from one game to another, to another, to another. And it is kind of crazy to see the difference of mentality of what they think and what's going on inside their minds. But let's see what's going to be going inside of their minds once we see these scoring breakdowns. Baka on top in first place with 55 points. Code Wordy there in second with 51 points, just right behind him, especially after that last game. Kazu there in third place with 46. Hunt Dog in fourth with 42.
Dog will hunt.
Zafu in fifth with 40 points. Bray in sixth with 39. Quantize in seventh with 27. Tying over there with Joel. Copy in ninth. And Keith Towers right on the cuff. Literally right there. But with 3 more rounds to go, any one of these players right now can still find their way into that top 10.
All right. So, Do, by the way, is the one who took out our good friend Amon Green.
That is true.
Let's find out if they can do it again. Because Do and Demon Shadow are 21 points tied for 11th and 12th. Only 2 points behind Keith Towers. So Keith needs to keep their head in the game and their focus and their focosity streamlined.
That is true. And a little bit of fun facts. They're in the soccer league and everything else, so they're juggling a lot of stuff at the same time. But they always talk about, hey, they put in the time, they put in the effort, just like all of these other competitors. If you come early and watch them compete and play the game, it's ridiculous. It is insane. It is actually wild to see how fast, like they always angle their keyboards and they're literally, it is absolutely one of the most talented group of individuals that I've seen in a minute.
Now, if I touch this, production will come out here. And
I was about to have a heart attack.
You're like, what are you doing? I'm going to put it back down. Before I break anything, I'm going to put it back down. But the Alumni Media Network and Amon Green and all of the great alumnus from all of the genres of sports that we'll be having here, oh, man, you got to get locked in. Versus starts this Sunday, 6 to 8 p.m., Amon and myself will be covering all of the action right here at the HyperX Arena. And you and I will be doing Marvel Rivals early.
Right before it.
Right before it. So, and then tomorrow, Saturday Night Speedway, baby.
Hey!
All right.
Switch 2 came out. I got mine.
Oh, hold on. You got... Oh.
Yeah, don't touch it. Don't touch it. No, Logan. No. Back it up, buddy. I'll slap you.
How did you... I mean, I saw on Twitter how you got that.
Yeah.
How's that little kid doing? You hip-checked a little kid to get in line. How's that little kid doing?
I did. He was 32nd. I was 33rd. They only had 32 switches left. And I said, hey, you don't need one right now. You know what? You're not going to remember this in T-minus 3 days. Pop, and then I was able to grab one. And if you didn't know, actually has a Fortnite 60 FPS mode. I haven't been able to check it out just yet because I've been playing through Mario Kart World. Huge into that scene. But you could play Fortnite, and one of the great things about the Switch 2, I'm not here for an advertisement, it turns into a mouse. So you could actually play Fortnite like you're playing with a mouse at the same time. No. So it's actually super nice, 60 FPS.
Do those not slide? Do they actually just...
No, it's a Where have you been, Logan? It's a magnet now. Look at this. Ooh.
Oh, magnets. How do those work?
I don't know. They do something.
Neither does Seeing Clown Posse, but hey, whatever.
But a lot of these competitors, I've heard so many come into this tournament that they say, we play on the Switch. We're so excited for this tournament. And I say, I'm sorry for you. But now, with the new Switch 2, you're able to boot that up, play some Fortnite matches, consistent 60 FPS. It looks pretty good, and you're able to at least be on an equal playground against these competitors. And connect, hey, if you have a keyboard, you'll be able to keyboard and mouse it up onto that Switch as well. So it's actually really really nice, and I'm really happy to hear because a lot of competitors and family members that come in and compete together, unfortunately, we're not seeing Basketball Kid here today with their father, but right now, what you can do, hey, get a Switch 2, you'll be able to at least get some good frame rate onto Fortnite, which is a very difficult thing to do on a little portable console like this. But it is very nice, though. So a little bit sponsor section off, you know. But it is actually a very nice console. Been loving it. And if you want to play some Fortnite on it, runs extremely well.
Well, I should hope so. Fortnite was actually made to be able to run on any screen.
Really?
That was one of the things that they did.
I've seen the iPhone footage. I know it just got back onto the App Store, but it doesn't. It's rough out there, man. It's rough, right? It's rough. That frame rate.
What are you, the crime dog over here?
Yes, of course.
McRuff, the crime dog? All right, sorry. Anyways, I'm glad that you actually got that reference.
But it is really nice to have so many different ways. And it's just because I've seen so many family members come in and they're like, we play on the Switch all the time. We're so excited. We want to play in this tournament. And it's like, you don't know the world of hurt you're about to get into as we get ready for round number 3. Friday, Frags. Let's get it. 3 more rounds total to go. Let's see how it's all gonna drop in right now. We've got Amon Green on the screen. And remember, the start of your match is so much more important than anything else into this game. So if you don't drop into a good spot, you're gonna find yourself in a little bit more of a difficult position. I always say go for named locations, but right now, even if you want to, going into the forest and finding these little sections like you're seeing here, these little gas stations, pit stops, and otherwise will be a very good thing to do as well. Amon Green going to be slowly dropping in and trying to find some loot for themselves. They talked about it in that interview. You got to be able to grab the loot, do what you can, and get yourself topped up to that 100% shields and heals. That's the first most important part, and grabbing those small shields, they're already going with it. Hammy boxed you, though, taking damage right out of the gate, but finds themselves with big shields and some slap juice. Tournament winner is gonna take down Amon Green out of the gate, bringing us down to 24. He talked about how he was gonna do better, but now he's doing worse. So tournament winner gonna be finding their way into their first elimination of this round. But Logan, Amon Green out at 25th place.
All right, so 19th place last game, 20-something place this game. He did not do better, and I can't wait to call him on it after this.
Oh, I can't imagine the look on his face right now. He's trying to show up for the athletes, but they're just getting it's the first week. You know, you got to get the rust off. And like we said before, they only had the day with this season, and if on my first day, that was me.
Hey,
that was me.
You don't follow him on Discord because you can tell what games he's playing.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guess what? He's been playing this. I don't care what he says. As we get a
he's
little
trying to cover
boom,
himself.
boom, shake the room as Boxed You takes down the entire
gas station right there.
Yeah.
That is and as we know, there's no vehicle.
Why you gaslighting me, bro?
I don't know, man. Because we're going to be seeing the gas being used there. Getting that jetpack, it is actually, especially in online matches, the jetpack is actually pretty nice, but it doesn't last as long as other jetpacks do, staying in the air at least. They're going to drop it down, though. And I don't know if that was intentional, but it's looking like they're just going to be dropping the jetpack and not holding on to it for any longer. Going for the mats. Don't know why you would just want to get rid of it in general.
Is this Billie Eilish?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
You know 2,000 references? No way.
Hey, I'm old, but I'm not that old. All right.
2010.
How did she get a skin, by the way, in this game? Do you have one too?
Where have you been? No, I got the Sabrina Carpenter skin that just came out.
Of course you did. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Really? You and Nick both, bro. Dude, last week he was like, oh, Sabrina Carpenter's over there. And I'm like, all right, everybody knows she looks good. I mean, come on. But that's the thing that Fortnite does.
They had Hatsune Miku recently. They're doing those new, you know what? They have those jam stages.
One
That's
Piece.
what they've been doing. They've talked about it a lot.
No, they've shown it.
What?
And One Piece is coming, bro.
I know they've talked about it. They've talked about it, but they really haven't, you know, capitalized on it. They talked about also Demon Slayer coming into the game, and they had a whole samurai season, which would have been perfect for them, but they didn't do it. So they're just waiting. I'm thinking
you would have spent all your allowance money on that.
100%, easily. Oh, I'm ready for it. I mean, I I'm not buying any more until Demon Slayer comes out. I've told myself that. Got to think about it. But that jetpack going to save him just a little bit. No fall damage when you're using it. But Nightmare going to grab that elimination onto the dude.
Yeah, we've got 22 on our initial 25. Here we go. We've got a battle. About to be 21. You called it, my friend. TJH 18 or whatever is done.
TJ he 14.
Is that how you say it?
I think so.
Sure.
X Nightmare going to find 2 right out of the gate, though. Beautiful work, and makes it a little bit easier when you're going against competitors who aren't too comfortable in the build setting.
Right.
Playing that zero build, like we talked about, we're zero build Andes, but Kaysen is going to be a zero build Andy themselves, as they're not going to be able to build anything into the lobby screen. Currently, though.
No, they're done.
Oh!
I called it.
Trying to play some defense.
Hey, remember, I'm the Oracle over here.
Kaysen on YouTube got eliminated by Don FN on YouTube. DuFN on YouTube.
Do you think they were watching each other on
rivals?
YouTube screen?
Got to be rivals,
screen sniping
right?
him?
I'm just saying.
All right, peekaboo right now. Peekaboo. And we check it back in on Hammy Box You, the Billie Eilish. King Cryptic somewhere is super stoked about that. It's Pelon, as in, like, I'm going to get on a bike? I don't know.
It could be.
I mean, I'm not getting on a bike.
Come on. That's actually, I didn't even know what that could even reference, but.
I just got it for you.
X Nightmare going to be jumping right over. Remember, they got the first 2 eliminations. They're going to be looking pretty good right now going into this next section. Remember, we're still on that first
I would have picked up that health that Nightmare just walked right by. They have, I'm just saying.
Their loadout looking a little bit rough. What we referenced before in the beginning of these matches, sniper rifle, shotgun, and then as well as along with that DMR, you got some mobility and some shields, but you don't need 2 sniper rifles.
Exactly. You've got 2 guns with a sight on it. You don't need that. What's chat saying, Pidgey?
We got a few competitors in the chat. We got 6 of Main Gaming in here, Luck, Chimmy, and a few others, B-Dog as well. Welcome in. I hope y'all are enjoying the show so far. But if you want to talk to us in the commentary booth, twitch.tv/Allied Esports, or watch the video on demand, and you'll be able to see all the mistakes that you happen in beautiful 1080p 4D.
Yeah, and when he says mistakes, it means hindsight being 2020 when we're up in the booth.
Yes.
Because we can see all your mistakes.
Exactly. And I was playing a few other games recently. There was a game coming out, or a game that played like it's called Pokemon Puzzle League.
No, I've never heard of Pokemon. What's that?
Pokemon Puzzle League. So it was like an N64 game. And it's like a Bejeweled basically, and everyone was yelling at me, and I'm like, I don't know what y'all, look, move the green one over to the middle. And I'm like, I don't even know what green one y'all are talking about. So we got a little bit more of a bird's eye view for these competitors.
Oh, I'm getting on that train, by the way.
Oh, 100%. Got some great loot as well that you can grab sometimes. Sometimes the chest might just give you the worst pistol in the game. But
it had the gold shine on it, though.
It did. But it can always lie to you as well. But Baka, once again, grabbing Darth Vader, gonna have that teammate on standby. No one's contesting the Baka Darth Vader, and we're going over to the Millennium Falcon. I wish you were able to...
And fly the Millennium Falcon, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh.
Set Click's gonna use a force pull, trying to close the gap here against Baka. Tries to land that shot, but not gonna be able to grab that one. Goes around the side. Once again, 2 shots going on to the wayside. Set Click's also going to have that lightsaber to block these shots. Beautiful awareness going side to side to side. But Set Click's jumping up into the sky.
Oh, keep firing.
Baka up into the top ropes. They're going to be able to grab that elimination, grab a Chug Jug for themselves, but Set Clicks finds themselves in the 20th place spot.
All right, so once again, we see Baka with Darth Vader. Once again, we see Baka dominating the competition. They have been showing up and showing out and showing the rest of everybody what it takes to be a top Fortnite player under the lights right here at the HyperX Arena. And the Beast has put themselves in a corner once again, and they are getting... well, as Amon Green would say, somebody's showing them the business right now. It's Calberry. Worst name ever.
Ray the Beast.
Sorry, Calberry, but it's the worst name ever.
Also going to be here trying to just keep themselves safe. There's only, you're seeing on that mini-map, you can kind of observe if there's any other players around these competitors and seeing what they're worried about. Zafu, though, gonna immediately control the high ground, and talking about Milan, you're gonna be seeing them run up the side of the staircase.
Done!
Eliminated. Rather than holding that right mouse button, they just sprinted up, tried to close the gap, and that's gonna be a Captain Phasma medallion if you want one, but don't think they grabbed, no, they just left it behind.
They did. They left it behind.
But
I was going to ask you about it.
It shows yourself on the mini-map. It shows your location.
Yeah.
So maybe Zafu wants to stay a little bit more hidden, but it helps you reload a little bit faster, cool down your weapons a little bit faster. So it's not the best medallion they put forward, but tournament winner who took down Amon Green is going to now be the target of Wordy, trying to swing at the ghosts around him. What are you doing? Wordy, though, now going to have to go into this build battle. They're finally on the same page, and tournament winner going up to the high ground.
I am so against what Wordy just did there. They should have stayed where they were and took the pop shots. The fact that they got down there and they're, well, you know what? I'm just going to shut up.
But you're not even wrong.
I'm not wrong.
It's really hard to say, though, because you have those invincibility
Right.
seconds once you come out with the lightsaber. Because people,
You've
during
got-
the first ever
Right.
lightsaber season, that's what people would do 24/7. They would just camp outside the lightsabers and just shred you right when you walked out. But now with those invincibility frames, you're going to have a little bit more difficult of a time to just hit those pop shots like you were talking about. But now going over to Cowberry.
Cowberry Muncher.
I don't know why I'm messing up that name.
Well,
24/7.
because it's the worst superhero
Cowberry
name ever.
Muncher.
It sounds like a South Park superhero.
I wish they had the superhero skin. They'd be matching it with that gray superhero
And
skin.
why hasn't South Park done something with Fortnite? Everybody else has.
They know that it's a gold mine. But right now, Quantai is trying to find their own gold mine, grabbing that metal, grabbing as much mats as they can. Still, Quantai is one of the competitors that I feel like is so good in a 1v1 situation in these build battles. They haven't really, like you're seeing.
Well, they haven't used it to their advantage yet.
Exactly. Like they just saw another competitor along the way, but they much would rather try to reposition themselves, but then to go into these build battles, you can see the kind of stress that these players are under, trying to make sure that they're making the right decision, saying, I don't know who this competitor is. Should I go after them? Should I not? It's really a mind battle for these competitors, saying it's only 17 players left.
Right.
So there's still a lot of time left for you to grab more placement points. So should I go into this 1v1 right now?
Well, they got to be comfortable right now because they're sitting in Eureka gaming chairs. And you need to be able to go over to eureka.com and check those chairs out because we've got the best place for your butt to be.
And Zafu is going to now try and keep him in that chair or send him up to the bar, say hello, or well, stay behind the bar, but grab a waiter or waitress and be able to grab some food. Mike is there as well if you want some drinks or otherwise. $5 for some sodas, unlimited refills here at the arena. So if you do get eliminated, there's a lot more to do than just to wait for the next round. Zafu trying to shred up the side of this wall
This
and
is making me
get
nuts. This is making me nuts right now. Wordy, you're driving me up a wall. And Zafu is just kind of playing with you right now.
Yeah, just waiting for the opportunity.
Right?
And the more time that goes by and the unlimited ammo on these weapons for the first time ever in Fortnite, it is really difficult to keep your mats up, to keep yourself going, and really put yourself in a position where you're gonna keep this up, because the more mats you gotta use, the less you'll have down the line, as we're gonna be seeing them peek their head out. Zafu right across the way, they see him breaking down and trying to keep control of these walls, trying to box themselves in. I said it, it's so important for you to break down these walls and control them and push space little bit by little bit and try and claim it so you're able to do edits and make these windows of opportunities happen.
The walls of Jericho are about to be broken. Will it be Zafu or Wordy? Oh! Either way, they're both kind of putting themselves in a corner.
They really are. They are not testing the waters at all.
They're poking at you.
Just going back and forth, not able to break down these walls that easily, but Zafu also just trying to listen in, trying to observe. Are they going to leave or are they not? Kazu onto the left side into their own build battle, but has a huge advantage. You're currently seeing how much shields that Quantize has right there and going up the side of the build, and both of them, Zafu and Wordy are just dancing. Are we in a Fortnite tournament or are we in a dance-off? Are we playing Just Dance?
I believe we call this AFK.
Reported. Kazu, though. Kazu, though, gonna be here. Gonna jump right back around. Doesn't grab that elimination,
No.
though. They had the whole advantage the entire fight, but now Baka's gonna be here. Let's see what Do can do, but what they're doing right now is just trying to sprint away with that lightsaber, and Baka says, no, 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 gotta be quicker than that. Jumps up to the side of the wall, gonna be able to put down some mats because a third party is coming in.
Yeah,
They're hearing
they are.
the shots, and they are here as well. But look at that movement with the lightsaber, switching right back after the jump into their shotgun, making sure that they have the opportunity to lace grab any sort of shots. Here's them zip away onto those Spider-Man zip lines, and they're gonna find themselves in a way better spot. Throws down to Splash, gets that unlimited sprint, and Darth Vader's right there saying, who we find?
Yeah, just your neighborhood friendly Spider-Man. That's all. That's all you got, Darth. Baka, by the way, has been showing. I got to go with Baka's going to win this all day long. By the way, I'm just loving their
They
gameplay.
went down in that 4th place spot.
They
Wordy
did.
at that 51 points. They're at 55. They are one of the best competitors here in the
Yes.
house comparatively to someone like Bobby or Emery in a Speedway.
Right.
But it's still, they have thrown leads away. They have made mistakes. This is
Okay.
still Fortnite, where a lot of things can go wrong in terms of a third party, fourth party happening when you go into these build battles.
And we're looking at a build battle right now as Baka is going to make that space a little bit closer and going to take this time to be able to shield up. That's a really good usage of that shield.
Going around these corners, checking on Darth, making sure he's
Hey,
good,
Darth.
hydrated,
How you doing, buddy?
not burnt, at least to the 5th degree.
Well, he's definitely burnt. That was his whole thing.
That is his whole thing. Quantize, though, not trying to get burnt here, puts down some walls, sees another competitor going right across the way and sliding down this mountain, trying to close the gap, but this is a situation within itself. You're seeing the mini-map, yes.
No!
They use that to grab the
Yeah.
shields a little bit faster, as well as they're going to have to use up the last of their Chug Jug, but you're currently seeing all of the competitors, actually, they were about to run into 3
Players, I know.
That was what I was saying.
Oh, you missed it. You missed it again. That's 3 times not a charm right there.
Nightmare gonna grab that one to bring us to a top 15 situation. Kazu dropping down to the side of this build, trying to find their way. Because
And it
right
takes
now,
everything that they have.
it
by the
does,
way.
because you have to observe your surroundings. You gotta
Yeah.
make sure that you know exactly the way you want to go into this fight, where you have the best spot to try and potentially take down their builds and claim this entire fight.
We still have 15 players left. This is not a 1v1. I mean, you need to be cognizant of all the other competitors on the floor right now.
Going around the side, Kazu trying to go for that high ground. Jump shot, gonna be able
Almost
to nail
dead.
that three-pointer,
Oh!
but almost loses the 1v1. Thankfully, they were able to grab that one, and Baka gonna take down Do FN after a long chase down across the galaxy. They were finally able to take them out of the running.
That may be one of the best third-party battles that we've seen won tonight thus far.
Took it a long time, but they got there.
They got there, though. I
They
mean,
got
at the
there.
end of the day, do you want to be the final kill or the final death? You take the kill every time.
I mean, 25 points to 23. Banjo-Kazooie. Like, what's the difference?
Okay, Banjo-Kazooie.
What's the
Listen to
difference?
you.
Come on. I mean, 2 points is a huge difference. You're currently seeing it right now. Wordy 51, Baka 55. Nightmare about to wake up drenched in sweat after the nightmare of this performance could be if they don't get a good spot. Difficult takes down Baka!
Oh my gosh! We're down to 12 competitors out of 25. Difficult gets their first kill, and a big first kill it was.
I had to do a double take. You heard my voice. I was super
Well,
calm.
it is difficult.
Yeah, took down Baka. I had to do a triple take. That is insane. Talking about an underdog situation. We've seen difficult here time and time again, but taking down the best player in the arena.
Hold on, he's got his eyesight on the second best player.
That's going to be changing up the leaderboards a lot, Logan. A ton. 13th place for Baka. that's going to give all of these other players a huge opportunity to come back into this tournament.
Wordy's got the chance to win right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we're more than halfway through. This is round 3. There's only 5 rounds. Here we are.
Oh!
Difficult.
2 HP in a dream, but that's going to be it. I think Difficult didn't even believe that they were surviving.
No, I think they were listening to us and got caught up in the moment because Wordy making it look easy right now and has all of the heals. I would like to see a little bit better weapon.
And that's how the Fortnite crumbles. You're seeing Difficult taking down the best, and then Wordy catching Difficult off guard. Just got that easy pick'ems elimination. Didn't even know where they were getting shot from and couldn't set up those walls fast enough. Quantize is going to be here, going around the corner still. Keep Towers as well. Both of them at 0 eliminations when I know they can do what they can and do so much better, especially with the time that both of them have put into this game. Pops that small shield, and they're going to find themselves in a really good spot.
Yeah, they pop both of those small shields. They've only got one more, but they do have some health still there. The Beast right now using that Jedi, well, Sith. Oh, man. That's probably not going to work out really well.
That was unfortunate. It has to build a staircase up from the side of the mountain. Took a wrong step. You know, the
they
force
took
jump,
a wrong turn at Albuquerque.
They did. You gotta learn how the force jump works before you use it. That's why Jedi training is so important, kids.
You're a Padawan before you become a Jedi. Yeah, no, don't go homeschool.
Don't homeschool your Jedi.
Wouldn't that be fun? A Jedi homeschool?
That would be hilarious.
Just accidentally you cut your mom's head off. I mean, don't do that ever.
Imagine Luke Skywalker.
It's a lightsaber.
Luke Skywalker being your, being able to train you, but then he tries to kill you in the middle of the night because they had a nightmare about you. I mean, it's a really weird world.
Just a weird world.
Weird,
wacky world we live in. And if you're old enough to understand where that joke came from, you're welcome, Johnny Carson.
Right now, we're not going to be seeing them in this tournament just yet, unless they'll probably put them in the game. Who knows?
Demon Shadow up on top right now, looking pretty.
Demon Shadow has a great vantage point. Copy also not so much of a great vantage point, but you're currently seeing a little bit of a standstill. This 7th storm going into the 8th and 9th and 10th. We've seen it the entire night. That's when it all goes down. But Keith Towers is about to crumble, and they are out for the count there in that 10th place spot. Remember, they were holding the line into the money, but did they get a good enough spot to hold that line up?
Well, I'm loving where Demon Shadow is as we get down to 9 players out of 25. This is the nitty-grit right here. Use that Jedi jump.
Or the grappling hook.
Well, I like the Jedi jump.
Shadow going to be also kind of has the same idea on going to the side of this mountain. Kazu as well going to try and just break down the floor here, maybe potentially replace it, and they are literally right against the storm.
Yeah.
And you're seeing it on the left side as well. Everyone else kind of having the same exact idea, and you do not want to touch the storm right here, right now. You're going to take a ton of damage, but having that zone advantage, talked about it, so important to have everyone come to you, running to you, rather than being able to camp out in your own build.
But that being said, Pidgey, I think it's more important when you're to rage against the storm, if you will, when we're playing the traditional battle royal. This is different, and I don't think that you need to ride the storm like that.
You don't have to, but it helps. Especially, like I said, when you're dealing with people running across the way, like you're seeing Bray the Beast, Quantize, Wordy, Hunt Dog, Copy, all have to go towards their direction.
Okay.
So then if you're able to put out shots, you're resource draining. You're getting rid of mats. You have to force their heals. There is so much that goes into having zone advantage, more than you think. And I get what you mean, especially like in a war zone situation.
Right.
It's a little bit more important, but even here, you're dealing with resources and so much more than just saying, hey, you gotta pop one of those syringes and get your health right back up. Like in Warzone, there is a lot more resources you have to deal with here in these top 10 situations.
As we take a look at Peekaboo off to the side, jumping into the storm for no apparent reason, we are seeing what is about to be the final battle. Everybody is gearing up for it. Demon Shadow is getting involved right now. Oh, and Demon Shadow losing almost all of their shield. They are almost found. They are going to die if they can't figure it out right now.
Demon Shadow putting up those walls, trying to build themselves way, way up, and that storm is grooving and schmoving, but it's not going to go faster than Demon Shadow is with that lightsaber copy. Also going to be in a really bad spot, losing all of their shields, tries to take a shot at Bray the Beast, but Zafu is going to be the one to pick up that one onto copy. Wordy right now going to find themselves into a run-in between themselves and Hunt Dog, and the dog comes out on top, bringing us to a top 7 situation. Wordy goes down. Peekaboo is going to find who is hidden, and that's going to be a stuck in the storm, death to the storm. Demon Shadow finds their one in this top 7 situation.
Right now, Zafu is looking pretty, but they're going to be able to take this third party to a whole different level until somebody looks over at them and starts shooting.
Quantize finds their one, but that might be the only one they grab in this whole round, as they're going to have to pop those small shields and big shields. Kazu taking that grappling hook, going to be able to drop right on top of another person's build. Zafu pops those flashes to keep that unlimited sprint on standby. Quantize going down to Kazu, and shots are coming out onto these rooftops as they wait for this storm to start grooving and schmoving. We currently have Zafu in the best possible spot. You see them consistently staying into the high ground and keeping that vantage point on lock.
They're going to have to keep that vantage point because they do not have enough heals to be able to get themselves into a better position. If they fall into the smoke,
True.
Oh, they ain't coming back, baby.
Hunt Dog also going to have to use a lot of mats to keep themselves safe and keep those rooftops healthy. Hunt Dog also trying to break himself in. Bray the Beast and Hunt Dog, both of them looking like they're going to have to contest Kazu just a little bit. Zafu staying at the top of the ground. AC 130 Star Destroyer styling on him. Drops down with the lightsaber, but that's going to allow Kazu to take over the top and go into this fight and one-shot Zafu.
Done. Stick a fork in him. Hunt Dog. Oh boy, they're looking quite good, but Kazu has the high ground.
They do. They're in the best possible spot, but Hunt Dog currently in a really good spot as well. But let's see what happens. Bray the Beast also trying to find their first victory royale of the night. All of these competitors trying to find their first. Let's see what can happen here today. Hunt Dog taking a lot of storm damage. What is their strategy? What are they going to do? Has to pop a med kit, trying to just wait for Kazu to do the dirty work for them and take down Bray the Beast as they just slowly crawl across the way into the safety of where the storm isn't.
Somebody needs to go get Kazu and call him dead because they do not yes, thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Jump
thank
shot
you.
across the top.
A map.
And that's actually insane. Kazu had the top of the high ground, but Hunt Dog just says, grapple hook into the shot with the shotgun. It's such a strong weapon right now. Bray the Beast drops down. It's a 1v1. Who's gonna land their shots? It's Bray the Beast! Gonna be able to grab that victory royale.
Who let the dogs out? The
Beast.
Beast.
The Beast.
The Beast.
Who let the Beast out? The Beast. Wait. Yeah.
No, I
Alright,
didn't.
I
follow.
tried.
Okay.
But the Bray the Beast grabbing their first victory royale of the night, taking down a top dog like Hunt Dog.
Yo, that is how you get it done right there. That is round number 3 in the books. Cook it, sign it. You know what? Take a picture, it'll last longer.
Put it in the envelope and send it off into the scoreboard, because that is going to skyrocket Bray the Beast in such a great way. With 3 eliminations to just sprinkle it on top, they're going to find themselves with a savory treat of winning potentially more money if they keep this momentum rolling. Bray the Beast,
rolling,
someone that I haven't seen here before, but they came out swinging with that lightsaber and currently just doing work. They didn't even use the shotgun for that final elimination either. Had that assault rifle on standby and just lined up Hunt Dog and said, sorry, bud, time to put you down.
Sorry, not sorry, is what they actually pulled a Canadian on it. Sorry, not sorry. But guess what? We've got scores.
Bring us through it, Logan. What do we got here?
Wow.
A change up, to say the least. Look at that.
Look at
my
that.
God.
You know what? I know you just turned away, but we've got Kazooie, 71 points in first place. Baka, Bray, and Hunt Dog all tied for second place with 67 points.
That's crazy.
Only 1 point behind them is Wordy with 66. Zafu with 61.
Look at the
Quantize.
drop off.
Big time.
Quantize going
Big
to be
time.
there with 45 points. Joel
Big
Gaming with 41. Demon Shadow with 37.
Copy.
And Copy right there. We saw them. Fortunate run-ins at 36 points, and Keith Towers gets dropped off the top 10. They were not able to hold down the line. They're there with 34, Do with 31, and Difficult there with 29. Still, anyone's game for that top 10, but that top 6 is starting to just quickly jump away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, it's got to be that top 6 right now. We've got 2 races left, so there are the point totals to be able to get up there. Amon Green, by the way, in 25th place.
They got to do work. You're going to have to talk to him about it.
Yeah, we're going to have to talk to him about it.
You got to be the coach in this situation, Logan. If you're not going to walk him through it.
I'm going to have to do some coach speak.
You do. I think that's like the number one thing you can do.
You know, as some people say, I may look like Stan Van Gundy. But I'm going to go Stan Van Grumpy on Amon Green in just a little bit because we got to figure out where his head's at.
I'm no spoilers alert, but I'm going to ask you, spoiler alert, what are you going to ask him if you were his coach? What are you going to tell him if you're coaching Amon Green right now?
All right. So if I'm coaching Amon Green right now, I'm going to say, what would Brett Favre say if we're out at the club? Bottle full of Bud Mama, I got what you need. And Brett looks at you and he goes, hey, see those 2 little... No. Honestly, what are you going to do to win? I need you to get your head back in the game. I need you to make sure that you do every single thing that you have ever been taught to get you to that higher level. Look, you are an All-American. He is a future Hall of Famer. He is the leading rusher all-time Green Bay Packer. By the way, if you don't know your history about the Green Bay Packers, that's a big deal. Amon Green, you can do better than 25th.
It's a rough start for him. It's a rough start for him. But remember, when you're going up, and we've seen it time and time again, my slogan time and time again.
Yeah, it happens.
You do have that kind of shell shock in a sense whenever you go into these tournaments and you're not really knowing what to expect, knowing what's the best strategy right out of the gates. But what happens is clutch mentality, the athlete mentality. They know what they have to do. It's up to them to capitalize on it. Like you said, it's coming down to game time.
Yes.
What is the 4th and 30 play that you got to do to make this whole thing happen?
I just looked over at my phone because I assumed I was going to get a text message. But Amon has always had one of the best smiles and best personas and best attitudes in all of football. And he brings that to the esports arena and the HyperX arena. And that's why we are doing all of this great stuff with the Alumni Media Network. And look, I'm just a little bit disappointed in how he's performing right now.
A little bit.
You don't get to slap
the
Vince Lombardi. You don't get to hit the quote unless you're playing up to your top level. So we will find out what Amon has to say, but we're not done yet. We've still got 2 rounds to go. Anything can happen.
No,
Anything can happen.
I mean, that 15 points can skyrocket themselves.
It can. It literally can.
But it's up to them to make that performance happen, know what they have to do. And really, at the end of the day, like you heard with those scores, with the positioning, you got to be able to just survive to get to that point. Unlucky run-in, dropping down. Really, what we saw in the beginning of the match, he dropped into a forested area in a place where he thought he would be able to play for a position, but someone else had that same exact idea, which is kind of crazy.
And with only 25 people,
drop with the same spot in the middle of the forest, find someone else. He may have had a weapon and Amon Green didn't, and it literally could have come down to that.
No.
And it happens all the time to people.
All right, do you like to drop hot in Fortnite? Because I don't. I like to take a moment.
I like lukewarm.
I want to kill a couple people.
Exactly.
And then because I want to feel myself a little bit, right? And then I want to gather weapons, get into the mix, and make sure that I have the best suitable loadout for what I'm about to do.
No, it's like last season we had the vaults. I love dropping at the vaults. It was really fun.
Yes.
You're able to just instantly alert everyone in the area, and then you just start fighting out of the gate, and I kind of enjoy that. You grab 1 or 2 picks, you get some great loot, and then you go to the next section. And I really enjoyed actually the Vault season, what happened before Star Wars, a lot because of that. You're able to drop into the trains, grab a ton of loot, alert people saying, hey, come on over here, I want to get some eliminations, or you can eliminate me, and then get yourself started in a really good spot. But unfortunately, with the Star Wars season, it's a little bit more tough to find a great loot spot just going into the match.
All right, I'm hearing the stage being called. All the players are being called to the stage. Production, can we check in on Amon and hear what he has to say before the next round? I know I'm calling you out on the spot, but I just have to, I got to be honest with you. I want to know what he's got to get off his chest. And speaking of getting off your chest, everyone, we've got a special giveaway that we're launching right now. And trust us, it's going to be huge.
It is going to be amazing. Guess what we're doing? Eureka Ergonomics, they have been partnered with us for a minute, and they're going to be able to give away 2 chairs. So just remember, if you want to get into that, you can do that. But right now, we are getting ready for round number 4. Let's see it happen, going, and popping. We're starting it out on the one, the only, Baka. It seems like.
Drop it like it's hot.
Hot,
Oh,
hot, hot.
I thought that was the butt stallion, but it's not. That's from Borderlands.
Yes.
Everybody,
yes.
okay.
They have a Borderlands skin. It just came back after like years-long hiatus from the item shop. So a lot of people were able to pick that one up. But we are on Amon Green right now. Let's see if they're going to have another unfortunate
Where are you going to drop, bro? Where are you going to drop?
And it's looking like pretty hot spot. So
Well,
I don't know.
Right now, Amon has been making everybody else's Instagram feeds blow up because he's just dying very quickly.
Yeah, you know what? He's being generous. Generous
He is.
soul.
You
Saying,
know what?
hey,
He's a nice guy.
When are you going to be able to take down someone who was on the Green Bay Packers who is a now future?
Oh, my God.
Oh my God. Through the air? He didn't even land. Oh no.
I'd say sorry, but you did it to yourself. I don't know.
Did he?
No, he didn't. He actually did too.
Does he have like a target on his back? This is
Yes, he's Amon Green.
that is crazy.
He had a target on his back every time he picked up the ball.
Trying to drop down onto Lone Wolf, and then the only Lone Wolf is himself and trying to not get shot out of the sky.
I really wish they would have gone to us.
Yeah, that was
With Amon, forget about the gameplay. You need to see our look and Amon's look all at the same time because, oh my gosh, that's tragic. That is tragic.
That is rough. That is not great. I'm not gonna be honest.
I just got text message. Sorry, bro.
We're not doing an interview next round. We know that much.
There's not a lot to say about that.
I told you got to start coaching him. Get him on the phone right now. Being
Dude,
like,
he is Nebraska's esports coach. We gotta get the Nebraska team in here for a Frags.
That 100%.
You and I get on the stage, and we'll get some other celebrity players against Amon Green's Nebraska. Whoa. Oh my gosh, what just happened?
Oh, Nightmare almost landed a lot of great shots, but they're looking really low. I thought they were going to be able to shoot Wordy out of the sky,
they're
but
almost
unfortunately
done.
not. They're going to be now dropping down to the floor, find some small shields, a saving grace to get themselves at least a little bit more of a run-in. Huge wall there.
He's done.
Huge wall, though, to save themselves. Doesn't go into the fight. At this point, you got to at least drop down and do something here.
Wordy's got him.
Unfortunate edit. Wordy takes down Nightmare. The dude takes down Set Clicks.
Wordy literally opened up the kitchen. I mean, it's just an open kitchen process.
And spiked it right in there. Talking about pickleball.
Right?
Open kitchen pickleball.
Well, you play pickleball?
For the first time ever.
Of course you do.
The other day, fun facts.
Yeah.
The dude, though, going to have
It's the most athletic thing you've ever done.
Oh, nah.
Yeah, it is. It
no.
is. Hey, by the way, Nintendo Switch 2 is not an athletic event.
It could be.
No, it's not.
I would like you to do Ring Fit Adventure for 10 minutes and see how you do. I'm just saying.
All right, fair enough. The dude is here. Hey, he's got a cloud that ties the whole room together.
I thought Pellin was going to be able to grab that elimination.
He's
They're
done.
going back and forth. The dude comes out on top in that 1v1. That was very sloppy by Pellin. I don't know what happened.
It was really sloppy. Over the line, dude.
And now Edward, they're going to have to build their way up in a very losing situation. Difficult does not have a difficult time taking them down. Grabs their first elimination of this round, and they are flying. And one after another just going down.
But once again, we saw Difficult not pick up that purple gun. Obviously, you had stated previously that they must not like that gun. But a purple gun is better than a gray gun.
Yeah, I mean, really at the end of the day, especially in this tournament, we've seen gray guns do enough work. If you don't land your shots at the end of the day,
you gotta land
it doesn't
your
matter
shots,
if you got a mythic, legendary,
I know.
you are not gonna be able to do good. But Difficult, gonna do a good job finding that Chug Jug just straight up on the ground. I would say thank you, RNG, and I'll go on my merry way. But do FN on YouTube. Remember, check them out. Support the Fortnite community. We're gonna have that grappling hook. One more to go, trying to see who's upon the horizon. Playing it a little bit safe, though, going into this fight. Don't know what they're running into.
Well, he's going to end up into the dude's area. And here we go. Battle. Let's go.
The dude just going to get shredded. Had the
bro.
SMG on standby. You saw how fast it was shooting, but then all it took was a split second, and you're done.
Yeah, one and done, baby. Do FN, yeah, do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight. You already killed him on green. You might as well be hamming it up like Box U over here.
Kazu?
See what I did there?
Box U,
yeah. It wasn't good. Nah, I tried.
Kazu, though, across the way, Hammy Box U going right to him, trying to just play it safe once again. But what we realize right now, Logan, we're down to the last 2 rounds.
2 rounds.
2 rounds.
Well, this round's almost over.
We're
down
players.
to 1.5 rounds.
2 rounds, you don't have time to play it safe. You don't. Because if you don't grab eliminations, you're going to find yourself in such a bad spot in the final round. It is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, here's the thing: is we are playing for the last round right now.
Yes, we are.
We are.
100%.
Well, everybody who is in 1st to 6th place has a chance to be competitive in the last round. Whether or not they show up in this round will be the deciding factor on the next round.
Oh my God, Hammy Box U is going to get collapsed on. Baka taking down Difficult. Hunt Dog is going to find TJ, brings us right there to our top 15. 3 players at once dropping like flies.
Demon Shadow up in the air, waving their hands like they just don't care, doing a little dance, make a little love. Look at what they're doing. They're getting down tonight.
Yeah, you know what? Got the Slay on standby, but it's looking kind of empty. No one's on Santa's nice list right now, that's what I'm saying.
No one is.
Demon Shadow, though, that's definitely a name that I could imagine is not on the nice list.
You did get a Switch, too, so maybe you're on the nice list.
I did. You know what? I put the time in, waited outside GameStop for 2 hours.
Yeah, I saw that, by the way. And it's still, that little kid deserves a sorry.
Does he?
No, probably not.
If
I was him, I would have kicked you in the unmentionables and moved on.
No. They understand. They understand. Their time will come whenever they'll get a Switch to. But Wordy here on the screen.
They can't afford a Switch 2, bro.
Sure they can. Come on. You know, you didn't get allowance when you were young, Logan?
No, we didn't have such things. We worked for a living.
I did not have an allowance.
I mowed lawns. I cut hair. No, I didn't do any of that stuff.
Back in my day, Wordy had a few more eliminations, but they're just going to be going around trying to grab some more loot, trying to do what they can to just get to the next section as easily as possible. But really at this second storm, going into 3rd, 4th, we've seen it time and time again.
15 people left still, bro.
It is, especially with how fast 9 players went down. About to be 10.
10, yeah.
Baka gets caught off guard once again, dropping down. And there's no
How are you
way.
letting him heal right now? Attack, attack, attack.
That is
Look
crazy.
at Baka being able to get up in the air. Oh my God, what a great play by Chronic right now.
That was
smart.
really insane, though, to see that you just eliminated their shields, and then that player sprinted away.
And now they're gonna find themselves some health
And get themselves right back up into the fight. But what they do see is a build upon the horizon. And they might... That other player just does not know that.
They don't actually.
They don't. So there's potentially could be seeing another player get eliminated if they go in for that fight. But the player who did trim off that 100 damage, the one who ran away from that situation, I cannot believe that they weren't pressing that attack, especially with
I agree.
2 rounds left.
Yeah.
That is just such a missed opportunity in my opinion.
Rounds, but that's okay.
Wordy though,
It's
I'll
still a
have a
purple
word
shell.
with you, buddy.
It's still a purple shell.
Zafu gonna be here, got that lightsaber on standby, looking around these corners, trying to keep themselves as hidden as possible. But we'll see. A little bit.
Are they gonna go all the way around? They are. They're gonna go all the way around.
And you can kind of see
This is a huge flank.
potentially if they have that advantage, if that's what they were going for.
Oh, they're gonna go under the bridge? Under the bridge downtown?
Around the corner, gonna find a 7-Eleven Slurpee, slurp on that.
Look at all those players caught up in the middle.
And now we're gonna be going over to Braid to Beast. Gonna have that lightsaber as well. Very popular form
Yes.
of mobility
Yes.
in
Well,
this season.
Well, because it's a good form of mobility.
It is.
You don't get fall damage when you have it out.
That's true.
You get to hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah, that front flip
Yep.
makes it a lot harder to shoot a moving target when you're moving like Yoda in Star Wars Episode 3. And Braid of Beast, our previous victor, just going to be taking their time. Right now, this is going to be a very slow section going into what we're going to be seeing. Baka grabs that E-Funny Yap elimination.
And Yoda actually first donned a lightsaber in Episode 2, my good friend.
No, I was referencing the Star Wars Episode 3 fight with Palpatine, buddy.
All right, buddy. while you're there, when Obi-Wan and Darth Vader, a.k.a. Anakin Skywalker, get into Alderaan, the Millennium Falcon can be seen floating in as well.
Really?
Yes, really. Go watch that tonight. I gave you homework. We'll talk tomorrow.
There we go. But Quanta is trying to talk to some of these other competitors. I don't think they understand what they're getting into. You
No, they
talked about
don't.
it just a little whiles ago with all of these competitors
Yeah.
in this area. There's not enough room for everyone on this mountain. Kazu takes down Peekaboo, but 13 players left. I mean, on Mount Everest, are you really competing with other mountain climbers? I don't think so. But right now we are seeing Copy taking a ton
Copy's
of
gonna
damage.
Die if he's not careful.
Had that lightsaber
They're
fall
done.
damage, but Baka just sprints down the mountain looking like Sonic the Hedgehog, grabbing all of these great loots. Got those chug chugs on standby. Not gonna grab it, gonna opt to keep what they got on standby, those slurp juices with that unlimited sprint. It's just such a great combination with that lightsaber.
And have you noticed who his best friend is once again?
Who?
Darth Vader.
That is true. You
Darth
said
Vader.
it. Once again, another round of Baka uncontested, grabbing Darth Vader after seeing how, I mean, they got eliminated kind of early,
Yes.
but they are actually such a threat with that additional CPU on their side.
They're only 1 point out of the top 6 right there.
Yeah. Let's see what
Or
causes.
top 4, whatever it was. I'm not good at math. We've already adjusted for that.
Kazu here, though, going to take that grappling hook, working their way
Where's
up.
it going?
It's a little bit slowly there. I hope there's no malfunction on that grappling hook. Gets stuck around those corners. Takes control of their own build once again. Just try to scope out the situation going on right now, trying to see who else is putting down their builds as well. But on this mountain, there's still a lot of residents here.
All right, look at the other hilltop. I think we're going to be having a hilltop battle here if we're not careful.
We talked about it. Hey, high ground.
Yeah,
high ground, high ground, high
It's
ground.
all about it.
And on top of the mountain, it doesn't get better than that, but Hunt Dog trying to find their second elimination of this round, and that's going to be a 1v1 between themselves and Keith Towers, and they got to heal up one way or another. Hunt Dog taking a little bit of damage, going around these builds, tries to break down these walls to claim them, to get these edits going, but Keith Towers shoots right into that wall. Hunt Dog goes right below, trying to break down this floor, but Keith Towers' movement is looking fresh, looking clean. But
So
Hunt Dog
fresh and so clean.
grappling hook is going to get canceled out by some shots. So they have to hide under this bridge. Hopefully they're not trolling anyone else, but Keith Towers gets away just barely.
I mean, Keith shouldn't be alive right now. Hunt Dog needs to do exactly what their namesake is and hunt them down and finish this off. Look at Keith over there, just throwing some stuff up, hoping for the best.
Sees him across the way on top of this mountain. Beautiful shots by Keith Towers to at least put out a little bit of damage, but Hunt Dog says, I'm not done yet. I'm looking like I want a Scooby snack, but Keith Towers...
Can Keith get there? Can he make it happen? Can he get the slurp juice? Yes, he can.
They're going to be able to pop that big shield, get themselves topped back off. Great.
That was huge.
That was
huge.
Really great for themselves to be able to just top their health bar off. Finds the slurp truck, but Hunt Dog now once again not winning these trades when they're just across the way. Keith Towers doing an amazing job keeping Hunt Dog off their tail.
And Hunt Dog is able to get their shield back on, and basically Keith Towers and Hunt Dog are 1v1 right now.
They really are. No other competitors coming in for that third party just yet. We don't know if potentially they could fly in a matter of seconds, especially with that grappling hook. But both of them are going to go their separate ways, say, GG's. I don't want to get eliminated just yet in this top 12 spot.
And we've seen these top 12 players be here for quite a while now. I think this storm needs to come to a close.
Yeah, honestly, with that fifth storm, you're still seeing all of that space on the minimap that these players can reside in. So still a little bit more time until we see that 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th circle where all these competitors are then going to have to duke it out. Talking about duel, we got DuFN going over the Brave Beast. Has that lightsaber, just trying to find some better loot because that gray shotgun is not going to do work.
I want to point something out. For all of the players who go onto other people's streams and then jump off and go on their own escapades and get all the kills. The kills are not what's getting you the win. And getting the win is what makes you famous.
That is true. It also gets you a lot more of cash money because now coming down to these last two rounds, the earlier you get eliminated, the more money you're about to lose. But Cowberry over here going to have to find themselves into Mario Kart World and get themselves mained up in there because their time here might be just off.
Oh, it's over.
As Keith Towers going to try and find themselves to reposition themselves into a better spot, but they find themselves stuck in the storm as well. Keith Towers getting shot. That's going to cancel out the grappling hook and just trying to keep in front of this storm. Cowberry Muncher is going to use their own builds that Keith Towers put down to protect themselves. But do they have the med kits to keep themselves healthy is the question.
Well, they don't, actually. Keith Towers is not going to be able to heal themselves. We'll see if their counterpart is able. We're still at 12. We're halfway through. So I guess now it's halfway through, all right?
That's now halfway through.
All right.
There you go.
You're such a stickler.
Numbers, Logan. We know you're not good at them, but
I don't like them.
Half of 24 is 12.
Numbers, letters.
Fun facts, the more you know. Kazin, though, on YouTube.
Hey, what are you going to get me for my birthday? It's right around the corner.
Is it, though?
Yeah, it actually is. But you don't like numbers either. Shh. Tip your bartenders and your waitresses as well.
The only number that I know is 2, and with the word switch in front of it. But Kazin going to find themselves on top of this mountain just chilling.
You're giving me a Switch 2 for my birthday? Awesome.
Good one, buddy. Good one. Demon Shadow, though, going to be here working their way up on the mountain right now. Got that slap juice on standby. We'll see if they're going to have to pop that just yet. No big shields to put themselves back up to 100%. So any fight they get into, they got to be a little bit more cautious.
Yes, they're going to have to be a little bit more cautious. We've been seeing these 12 competitors on the map for quite a little while as Zafu and Baka are building up a beautiful little establishment up there. I'm sure the real estate agents will love it. But that storm is getting close, baby.
That is true, as Baka working their way up the top of this build. But we're currently seeing on the left side, Zafu lurking below this whole entire, like you're talking about, infrastructure.
It is.
Of puzzles. But Baka gonna be able to see exactly where Zafu is, and they're gonna slide right down that mountain. They don't even have a snowboard to do it, so that's going to be a little bit of a rough landing there, especially if you're on Mount Charleston. We know that fake snow ain't real, and what isn't real to see Baka's health just getting shredded piece by piece. Beautiful shot coming out from Cowberry Muncher, but both of them not pressing the advantage at all. Cowberry Muncher had the opportunity, but Baka with that Chug Jug on standby just gulp, back up to 100%. That's just an unfortunate game awareness and a lack of confidence to put yourself in a position to take down one of the best people in the arena. Baka lives another day.
If Baka wins this one, that was your opportunity to do them dirty, and you just didn't do it. It was like, all your stuff is in a box to the left, baby. Beyonce just threw you out, man. You had your chance to kill Baka, and you just didn't.
No, you did not. And it's just such an interesting mentality, right? You won that fight. All you have to do is break down the build, claim it, edit it. 1, 2, 3. And then you'll be on your way to find yourself in a great spot. FN is going to get eliminated by fall damage by Quantize. An unfortunate run in there, as we're going to be seeing Hunt Dog trying to observe what's going on around him, because now we are in the heat of it. 7th Storm, and you're seeing the mini-map looking like a bunch of flies trying to figure out where they got to go next.
Yeah, we are down to 11 competitors out of our initial 24. 7 storms in. It's going to get to the nitty-grit, and this is the time where the real competitors will show up and show out.
Okay, is going to take a little bit of damage, tossing down that bubble shield, pops that small shield. They do not have any heals,
Nope,
Logan.
nothing.
They are in the worst spot possible. At least they got some bricks on standby, but there's only so much that defense is going to do for you in this situation. Gets caught in their own bubble shield as well, trying to put out some damage onto another person's build, but right now, I don't see KSN doing much work.
Well, look, they've got 2 small shields, but that is doing them no good right now. They're not even going to get to use it. They're going to be dead in a moment's notice.
Yeah, they're going to have to pop those last small shields that they have on standby, and that most likely will wrap it up for themselves. You're seeing it, 50 more HP in a dream, but that dream is going to be woken up by Kazu saying, hey, you got to get back into the lobby screen. There's no time to lose. Baka, though, going to be able to pop that small shield, get themselves right back up to that 50 shield mark, pops that slap juice, and gonna try and push down and push towards some of these other positions as the storm starts to close in.
Yeah, here we are, 8 storms in. It's going to get a little bit tight, and that's what we're waiting for right now, because these competitors need to get that close quarters. Look at the battle.
Look at that, the left screen.
Yeah.
It's going down a mountain.
They're literally traversing down a mountain.
That is absolutely insane. A lot of these competitors are just going to be in a terrible spot trying to get around it, like we see right here with Kazu trying to jump down the mountain. Baka's going to be able to put out some damage right there, trying to play the time as much as possible, but we're going to be seeing Hunt Dog go down to Breda Beast. Breda Beast really has locked in and living up to their name, playing like a beast, taking down names, and really showing up, trying to grab a back-to-back victory royale.
And you know what, if Beast isn't careful, they're going to get shown out right there, because Twitter has the upper high ground on them, just as everybody else does. Look, that storm is closing in right now, and it is time to find out who's going to be victorious. It's move or lose.
Demon Shadow and Cowberry Muncher are going to go down, bringing us to a top 7 situation. Baka reaps the rewards of their elimination and doesn't go for the med kits, just says, hey, some small shields and some slap juice, I'll slap you across the head and get myself another victory royale, and that's what they're looking for. 4 eliminations for them. Quantize taking a little bit of damage from up top, drops down though, and trying to get into somewhat of a zone advantage as their builds is looking so clean. You're seeing how they're trying to wrap themselves up 360 degrees and keep themselves safe as much as possible, but those are just getting shredded down and down and down.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the smartest move from Baka. It was definitely a positive move as far as being offensively concerned. but I would have stayed up there for as long as I could have.
Yeah, and unfortunately, a lot of these competitors are not going to let you stay in the same spot for very long.
Out
Like
of the
you're seeing
sky.
that Kazu drops down, knew exactly where Quantize was, and says, you know what, I'm looking for 4, and they grab it. Top 6 situation happens, though. Baka is right around the corner, jumps right into the middle of this whole entire circle. Breda Beast, Twitter, all of them just side by side. They're trying to figure out where they want to go next, laying down as many builds and walls as they can. Baka taking control of the high ground. We know they do it, and they know they love to do it, as they're going to put themselves in the best spot possible, jumping right down and keeps it going. Puts up a staircase to heaven, as they might find themselves in the best spot possible, as we see Kazu get shredded by Zafu.
Yeah, Zafu almost got killed right there, but still alive. Baka up on top, looking down condescendingly upon the competition. We only have 4 competitors left.
And might be 3 momentarily. Breda Beast looking like they're not going to be able to keep their run going into that back-to-back victory royale, and they are down. Baka is able to take them out of the running, but they're going to find themselves caught in the storm. Has to edit their way back up into the high ground, as 3 people are left. Baka, Zafu, and Wordy. They're all in that top 6 run, so they all are looking for these additional points to get something happening.
Right now, Baka is on top of the world, looking down on Wordy right now, and Zafu. They don't know what to do. Baka knows what to do. Stay in the zone and fire down bullets, baby.
That's the way to do it. And Zafu, being one of the competitors, they know how to work this low ground, though. They have been in this spot so many times. So if Zafu needs to, they can get themselves in that high ground spot. But right now, Wordy is going to go down. Baka having that high ground. Zafu is just trying to jug it up. But you're going to need 10 of those to try and stop Baka! 7 eliminations in a victory royale crowd to make themselves look fresh and clean.
Dr. Dre called it. It's the Chronic, kids. Yeah, Chronic Baka getting it done. That's how you do it. Round number 4 is in the books.
Slam it down, put a bookmark in it, and wait for the final round of Friday Frags, because that was a performance, to say the least. And we've seen it, I mean, weeks after weeks after weeks. Once Baka gets that high ground, what can you do other than sip, pray, and run for your life when you're dealing with someone who knows how to position themselves, how to get around the chaos, and keep themselves in the best possible spot. But a lot of competitors who are in the top 6 ended in top 6. So this scoreboard is going to be wild.
It's going to be wild. That was a long one, by the way.
It was.
That was a long one. A lot of players not too concerned with getting in the mix. They're able to sit and wait and be cautious and be patient. How do you feel in video games? Patience is a virtue, but in video games it's super hard to do, because you get called out at by oh, you're camping, blah blah blah. Well, if you win, what does it really matter, right?
It doesn't. And I've called out so many of these competitors time and time again for the weeks and months that I've done this, seen them camping in these rooftops saying, what are you doing here? And then they end up winning the match. And that catapults them up. But winning the match is half the battle. You also have to realize that what we saw there, Baka's 7 eliminations might give them the cushion they need to take a chill pill, camp up top, put forward a projector into the ceiling, and just enjoy a movie for the final round, because that 7 eliminations will give them a cushion going into this final match of Friday Frags. So I do believe that camping it out and playing for placement, half the battle important, but eliminations, you gotta be confident, you gotta go into it. You know how many times we've seen where someone that battle with Baka,
yep,
life support styling, and just runs away from him. Just runs away from him. Hey, Logan. Ah! And then run away. That, I don't understand what that even means.
Well, I'll tell you this. Let's check in with Mon Green and find out what he thinks it actually means.
Let's see.
You know, because it's trying to process what's in front of me, and I look to my left or look to my right and my left, flanking wise, and it's like I don't have eyes behind me, so I'm always. I like to have, like, that's why I play a lot of multiplayer.
Yeah, we're sneaking in on your conversation, my friend. How you doing?
Yeah. I'm good, man. Hanging in there. You know.
Oh yeah, you feel good
Shout out
about
to
that
Frags.
last one? How do you feel about that last one?
Hey, it's Fortnite. It's a multiplayer. It's MOBAs. That's how MOBAs do sometimes. You get shot out the sky. That reminded me of coming out of the plane in Call of Duty, and I'm about to hit the ground, and somebody headshot me. I'm like, it's like that now. So, hey, ain't nothing I could do about it. Just run on to the next game. It's funny as heck though. I was like, really? This is amazing. Get shot out the sky. This is the first time getting shot out the sky for
Well,
Fortnite.
did you see the look on our faces as well? We saw your look, but did you
Yeah.
see our look? Oh my gosh, we couldn't believe it. Now, you've had some hard fought battles tonight. I
Yeah.
want you to talk to some of these competitors who aren't winning, not in the run. How have you always kept a game face on in the worst of positions, like getting sky down in the air at 25th place?
You just you turn the page, and that's something I learned from traditional sports world. You just turn the page. Ain't nothing you can do about it. It's the past. If you don't have a DeLorean and go back like Marty McFly to try to change the change what happened then. You just look forward and get ready for the next match. That's it.
Marty McFly, by the way, great Back to the Future reference. Now, when you're talking to your kids, as you are a coach for Nebraska, your alma mater, by the way, I want to point that out. When you talk to these kids and you give them your knowledge from actual sports, how do esports and sports collide?
Well, it's the competition, and it's the mental mindset. I've met some esports pros. I've talked to them on the phone. I know I talked to Ninja and his brother on the phone a few times, and just hearing what they say is similar to what my mindset was. You're gonna have a good game, you're gonna have a bad game, and the only thing you could do is watch the film and put it behind you. See what you could have done better, and that's about it. And in the gaming, it's a little bit more sometimes out of your control, like what just happened to me. I'm mid-flight, don't have nothing to protect me, and boom, I get shot out the sky. So right there is just a learning lesson, and you just kind of like I said, you just move on and get ready for the next one. That's it.
Now, you've always thrived in team sports, and I know that you used to go every single Tuesday out with the linemen, your offensive linemen, and have dinner.
Yeah.
What type of camaraderie do you find that these kids that are experiencing esports on the collegiate level find as far as team sports are concerned, and then that singularity that you'll find in today's game in Fortnite?
They start to really they have to, I'll say one, to get to know each other. And that helps that out. So it they can have different conversations when if they go out to eat somewhere, or they're just hanging out at one of the players' house or something like that. And then like I said, and then they can start having the conversations from serious conversations about getting on each other in a match when one player's not doing their job right, or encouraging that player too. So then they get to know each other. They're getting to care about each other too, and knowing that some players are gonna have a good game, you're gonna have a bad game. Just support them the best way you can, and make sure you're doing your job too. Before you point the finger at them for not doing their job just because they didn't hit on that day, they didn't have the shot on or something like that. So that's where in the esports space, it's been there for a long time. We're finding out now and hearing about it now. It's not new. It's just that it's growing now, and we're starting to see teams play. Esports World Cup coming up here in a few weeks, in over in Riyadh. So it's going to be interesting to see how those players, compete, with one another and against one another, in all the esports titles that we know they go compete in.
Well, I got to tell you, thank you so much for being here tonight. And I know it didn't go as well as you would have planned, but the Alumni Media Network is in full force. Why don't you tell everybody at home watching how they can get involved, how they can watch, and how they can pay more attention to what Amon Green has to say about esports and sports and this great Alumni Media Network combined with the HyperX Arena and Allied Esports?
100%. So head over to Alumni Media, so AME Network, or AME Esports.com. Check out the website there. And then also, I stream on my channel, Amon Green TV, and Amon Green's Gamers Lounge along Amon Green TV on Twitch, and Amon Green's Gamers Lounge on Kick. weekly. So please, I play more games. Like I play Fortnite, I play Call of Duty, I play Madden and Halo mostly. But you could go to those websites, like I mentioned, and on social media, Alumni Media Network, and follow and share and retweet all the stuff that you do. Subscribe on our YouTube as well. We have Alumni Media YouTube channel, Alumni Media Esports, and Amon Green TV or Amon Green's Gamers Now on YouTube as well. So please subscribe over on YouTube and help out and support. And you'll see more of us, more me and Tyrone Crawford, Ain't Basket, just to name a few. That's gonna be hanging out, jumping on the sticks, and hopefully having better rounds than me right now on Fortnite. But this is one of many Fridays on Frags that I'll be jumping in, and I say it definitely is gonna go up from here.
Well, as the saying goes, on any given Sunday, anything can happen. And as we've seen tonight, on any given Friday, anything can happen. Amon Green, I can't wait to be there when you get to put on the jacket and get inducted into the Hall of Fame. You are one of the best. I'm proud to call you a friend. You actually pick up my phone calls when I dial it up. And I can't wait to see what we are going to bring to the table here at the Alumni Media Network. All season, you got to get involved. Amon, thank you so much. We're going to see you tomorrow as well, my friend.
100%. So thank you. You're welcome, Logan, Pidgey. Appreciate y'all. Hope you have a good commentation round and don't be beat up like me.
That's Amon Green, one of the greatest football players to ever grace the icy tundra. By the way, that's an oxymoronic statement in and of itself. But Vince Lombardi didn't have anything to say about that, did he now?
Nah, he liked it.
All right, well, we will see you tomorrow. Will you be wearing the green glasses?
Of course, of course.
Well, I mean, you are one of the people who have the most Green Lantern comics out of anyone.
No, Batman comics, not Green Lantern. I do have some Green Lantern comic books because I'm a DC guy. So between Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Robin, I do have some Green Lantern, but mostly Batman comics.
Real quick before I let you go, because they're screaming in my ear. Favorite Batman?
Favorite Batman, Michael Keaton. Easy. 1989.
Yeah, it's so easy, right? I mean, Prince did the soundtrack, for the love of God.
Yeah, you don't get any better than that. Easy breezy.
All right, Amon, we'll check in with you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate you. And I hope tomorrow when we're doing the Madden breakdown, it's a little bit easier for you.
Yeah. Was it Madden or Mario Kart?
No. Oh, I meant on Sunday. Sorry, I'm old.
I was about to say. I'm like, wait a minute.
No.
Mario Kart tomorrow.
Yeah, we're doing Mario Kart tomorrow. Then on Sunday, we're going to be doing versus. Sorry, I'm really old and I'm forgetful.
All right.
Well, they normally don't bring me in until Saturday, so I got my days all screwed up. I got called in, and I'm here. Yo, Amon Green, that's the thing about him. That's one of the things that I take from him, even though I'm not in sports anymore. As a commentator, his chill is on a different level. Did you notice that? Like, he's like, yeah, man.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
I've been in worse. I've been in worse, bro.
Unironically, he probably has been in worse.
Oh, I'm sure he's been in worse.
I want to know what's the worst injury. You know what? And that you don't get injured while you're playing Fortnite. I mean, sometimes.
Well, yeah, technically, back when he played, you didn't get injured playing football either. Ronnie Lott, one time, had his pinky almost severed off. And you know what Ronnie Lott did? Ran off the field. They said, you're going to the hospital. He said, nope, cut it off, tape it up, I'm going back in. Guess what happened? Ronnie Lott played the rest of that game, and that's real football, kids.
That is kind of wild, and I hope no one here has gotten their finger chopped off just yet, because we still have one more round of Fortnite to go, and we have a lot of competitors who are on the brink of winning this whole thing. Like we broke it down before, $250 for first place. That's a lot of money to be had.
It's half of a Switch, too.
Hey, half of a Switch, too, if you're trying to look for one of those. But it's also one of those things where a lot of these competitors, they pay their own way.
Yes,
we talk about it all the time on how much money you can win here at the HyperX Arena, competing in our tournaments. Tomorrow for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, it's a $700 prize pool. Top 12 gets paid out in that tournament. That's $200 for first place. Some competitors in that tournament have paid for their Switch 2 through playing in these tournaments here at the HyperX Arena. So if you want to get involved with more games, more events, we've got Speedway tomorrow, Marvel Rivals on Sunday, both of them, you're going to be able to win some money playing, and we have Marvel Rivals every single Sunday. Going from here on out.
Sunday.
Throughout the summer, at least for the time being. We're trying to grow that scene and get so many players involved. It's a actual very fun game, so if you haven't already, download it. It's free. It's great. It's a very, 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 very fun game.
And by the way, if you're still playing Overwatch 2, stop what you're doing, because I'm about to ruin the rhythm and the style that you're used to. Play Marvel Rivals every Sunday, right here at the HyperX Arena. And after that, you can check out Amon and I as we get down with Versus, baby. Well, not your only opportunity, because now we have all of these great athletes playing video games right here at the HyperX Arena. But one of your only opportunities to be able to say, hey, I just crushed a future Hall of Famer.
Where else are you going to be able to do that, especially with all the events talking about the history of the HyperX Arena? Literally right where you are. We've had events from Mr. Beast here, Tyler One, Ludwig has been in this arena running their own Smash.
Ninja, which Amon Green just mentioned.
Ninja ran their own tournament here at the arena.
He's taller than I thought he would be.
He is? I didn't even know. I thought he would be a little bit short. But
well, I thought he'd be like your height, short.
Good one. You're really on fire today, Logan.
You can tell the height difference.
But still talking about the history of this place, it's crazy how literally any social media person that you know have probably stepped foot into this arena. I know months and months ago we had Soulja Boy actually here for Speedway, which was the most craziest thing to happen.
That
he
was
actually
amazing.
Came into the commentating booth, talked about Mario Kart with the other commentators. It was absolutely the most insane thing. So you never know who's going to show up here at the HyperX Arena. You never know who's going to have a VIP booth and who you're going to be able to meet coming down here on any given day. It's really a place that has so much esports history. It's insane.
Well, and I don't want to overstep my boundaries, but I can say that on some of these Sunday verses, you will find LA, well, not anymore, Las Vegas Raiders players in the house. I can guarantee it. They will be coming down. Look, LA, I'm sorry. We took your football team. Now we're taking your baseball team. We're coming after your chess team next. Watch out, kids.
It is kind of wild that right next door we have the Allegiant Stadium, and then we're going to have baseball basically every single day. Have fun with that event parking, but we're, you know what?
Oh my God, no, don't do that to me. Don't you put that juju on me, Ricky Bobby.
Hey, we got still a few more years. You know what? They won't have that stadium up tomorrow. Blinks, it's up. But we still got a little bit of time before that baseball stadium gets put up.
It's true, it's true.
So,
and we've got one more race to go.
One more race to go, indeed. But with that round, a lot of competitors, we don't have the scoreboard up yet. I hope we get an update so that we can get a little bit more of a storyline of what's going on. What we saw in the previous round, Baka with that 7 eliminations and that victory royale, that's going to catapult them. But so many competitors being right next door and Baka not having that great round, this could be anyone's game and probably one of the closest Friday frags we've had in a minute. But only time will tell before we get into the next round and learn about where these players are being placed right now.
Okay, so obviously the only game that you've been playing on your Switch 2 is Mario Kart World.
Yes.
What's the second game you're going to play?
I am also playing through Breath of the Wild on my Switch 2.
Is it that much prettier?
It is. And what's even more gorgeous is seeing the final round.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And let's go. We got the
final round
of Friday Frags here tonight. And we got Sasuke Uchiha in the house. Love to see it. But we're going back to the lobby.
Okay,
oh, no.
Fair enough.
Oh, no.
Okay.
What's going on? What's going on? We have a technical issue.
Amon has DC.
Did they already rage quit? Come
he
on.
already rage quit. He got into the air. Somebody shot him out. He was literally 24th. That's not true. That's fake news. That's fake news.
No, we had a little bit of a technical issue. We'll get everyone back into that lobby momentarily as we wait to get everyone in that lobby. Again, we'll have the TOs running around, getting you that code and getting you back into the fight. But you know what? We had to tease you a little bit for that final round. What can we say? What can we say, Logan?
Well, what can we say is you've already said it twice. See what I did there, kids? That's brilliant commentating.
There you go.
Not really.
But talking about the Switch 2, let's go right back at it again
do it.
because Speedway is tomorrow. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Yes.
We have already talked about bringing Mario Kart World to the arena. So if you want to show your interest, get involved. Mario Kart World, very interesting game to say the least. But we're going to be getting Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on its final legs, its final span. We had MomoCon recently, but talking about all of these other things that that happened. MomoCon, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and all of these other tournaments. That's in Atlanta, Georgia. First place won $2,300 into Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So if you want to get into a game that's paying you out good, Mario Kart's the way to do it. That's all I'm saying. But we also, like we said before, Eureka Ergonomics. We're giving away
Eureka!
2 free chairs. You're sitting them in white now, and it's actually a very comfortable gaming chair. From the bottom of my heart, I wish I had one in my house.
Well, they don't make just gaming chairs. They make chairs for everyone. You need office decor. You need home decor. Eureka is the brand to get it done.
And yes, if you want to, and if you post a pic of your home setup and then hashtag it with EE giveaway, and then that will get you 5 bonus entries into that giveaway, and you'll be able to have a better chance of winning one of these chairs. So hashtag EE giveaway, and you'll get 5 more entries. Scan that barcode on the screen right now. Get yourself the most comfortable gaming chair on the market.
A game day giveaway on Gleam for all details. Let's get geared up, baby. Don't sleep on this one. It's your perfect time to level up your setup. And I love the way that all worked out.
It did work out very nicely.
Right?
I like that, and I like the chairs even more. So if you want a chance, enter into the giveaway, win yourself a nice, comfortable gaming chair, and give yourself an edge against the competition, because right now it is very close, and the person not with the Eureka Ergonomics chair, Amon Green, you can see what happens. I'm just saying.
I've always wanted to do this.
What? You're playing with fire. You're playing with fire.
David Letterman used to do this all the time.
You're playing with fire.
I'm David Letterman. Look at me, I'm awesome.
There you go. You know what? That gave me a heart attack with that camera lens being right there.
Oh, that's right, because it likes to drop.
You also, likes to get scratched up and potentially from
it comes out of your paycheck.
Does it?
Yeah, it does.
Well, I don't think it covers that. But getting into this final round, who are you looking forward to most, Logan, on taking this final round?
Yo, Bacca has been backing it up. Backing it up. And I really like to see where their head's at. They fell out of it for a hot second, but they're back in it. And you know what? We're going to find out who will be victorious in just a moment. So don't go anywhere unless you're going to your kitchen or downstairs to visit Mike and Dave and grab yourself an adult beverage or some food. We are right here at the HyperX Arena. It's Fortnite Friday Night Frags. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back, and hopefully no more technical issues in the house here today. I am riding my Pidgey. This is Logan, and we are about to get started with the final round of Friday Frags.
Oh my gosh, the last round, it's about to get down, and I'll tell you who will not be winning and who will be going home with a frown. Amon Green will be one of them.
Yeah, you know.
Sorry, buddy.
Got to change the last name to Amon Red with how much they're getting stopped here today at Friday Frags. That is a brutal situation to be in, getting shot out of the sky, dropping down, saying, hey, I got some time to at least land on the roof, right? No! Here's a bullet to the face. Unfortunate situations happen, especially in this season of Fortnite.
Yes, you know, Amon Green, he'll be here with us all season long, giving us the thumbs up over there right now, but not waving his hands in the air like he just doesn't care. I heard he was laughing earlier when we were saying that stuff. It's got to be super frustrating for somebody that has competed at his level his entire life to get shot out of the sky.
And like you said, you know, you got to just turn the page, go to the next round.
He
and
did.
Just
Yeah.
put it in the books. That's what I say all the time. What doesn't define you is your past. It's what you do in the future. And what we are now here in the future, right here, right now, the final round of Friday Frags. This is a very intense, crazy situation for multiple players to go home with a lot of money in their piggy banks.
Ladies and gentlemen, theys and thems, children of all ages, it's time to get down, and it's time to turn it up to 11 because Friday night Fortnite Frags is on, and this is the last game of the night. It's time to put up, shut up, or go home.
And I hope we're not going to be seeing Cowberry Muncher go home and boot up Mario Kart World, because there is a name called Cow and a character they could be playing, but Fortnite is calling their name. They got the superhero skin on, and they are trying to make it a superhero landing to get themselves back in that top 10.
Yeah, well.
Oh my God.
Gosh. Did we just get. Did they. All right.
How?
I'm not sure what just happened.
How?
Please, let's use our words. Let's use our words. What just happened?
Baka starting us out with 2 eliminations at the same time. Amon Green, though, making the steps into the right direction, not getting sniped out of the sky. That is the good news. They got into a building, and they're taking their first steps, working their way around, trying to grab some loot.
Hey, whose house is it? It's Amon's house! Who let the bat out? He did. He did. He did. He let the bat out. All right, sorry, that was lame. But I am wearing my dad's shirt, so.
There you go. You know what? Dad jokes galore. That's what you get here at Friday Frags. But Amon Green
I
gonna
see what
have
you did.
Amon Green gonna have to grab some more mats, do what you do best. Remember, the first moments.
Oh, no! No! Amon Green is down and out like
21st
Beverly Hills.
place. Amon Green out for the count. Just trying to farm some mats, and Quantize is across the way. How in the middle of nowhere do you find the one person you're looking for?
And that's that signature smile that he had in his entire career. Whether he was getting a touchdown or getting sacked at the line, well, not sacked, but cut at the line, he always had that smile on his face. And what a great competitor he is. I can't wait to see him on Sunday for Versus.
That is going to be crazy, and especially tomorrow, going to be there for Speedway, giving their insight. They were great in
my gosh.
Mario Kart.
I won't even show up tomorrow because he just does such a great job.
He does. It's going to be a great show, having them on board, giving their insight and their strategy, because competitive Mario Kart does go crazy, believe it or not. And there's so much money to be had, especially in that game alone. We got Do FN, though, running around, trying to find any sort of great loot, opting for that full auto along with the assault rifle. Been a very popular combo wombo combination, and they have a nice heals and shields combination there for the time being, but doesn't have any mobility, so better be looking for something like that.
Now, normally in Fortnite, I love bridges, but that bridge I absolutely hate. That bridge is a death bridge.
Huge sight lines.
Yes.
You cannot see the person who's halfway down the bridge, but they can see you, and it's a very dangerous position to put yourself in, just like Copy's doing. Going for the high ground, gonna try and drop down. We'll see what happens.
Oh, no!
The entire floor is gone, but they're not gonna take any fall damage. Gonna have to pop that small shield, get themselves top back
Back looking
off.
good. Backup looking good right now. They need to get a little bit higher. Copy higher than they are, but Copy editing, getting it done. Who's gonna have a race to the top? Backup or Copy?
We'll see what happens. Baka right now is going to be able to jump up to the top, keeping control of that high ground. And as we all know, Darth Vader loves to be in that position, as Baka going to now be for the first time contested for the spot of having Darth Vader on their side, but Copy getting hit by one of the CPUs. They're gonna have to pop the last of their small shields. Baka jumping across the way. Beautiful cheap shot there, just crouching across the way. They only have 4 HP, tries to jump down and keep themselves safe, just lurking at the bottom of their build, but Baka jumps to the side of the rooftop, and they are once again gonna be able to claim the ruler of the galaxy, Darth Vader.
Baka, I am your father.
And they're gonna be able to claim Darth Vader, and for the 5th time tonight, no one is going for that spot.
That's crazy to me. Absolutely crazy to me. I am such a cheap player, though. I always go for an NPC. But you know why I go for an NPC? Because they help you.
A free NPC at that. You don't even have to get
pay
gold
for it.
bars.
Yeah.
You can literally, like you saw, as easy as that, land a few headshots and take control of one of the probably the best NPC that you can get in the game right now. But difficult looking across the way, trying to observe to see if there's anyone just waiting inside that storm.
Look at where difficult it is. He's got this mountain range that he can just traverse. I think he's going to walk this gas in and take the time on it. Funny, not so funny right now. It's got the lower ground. We're only at 19 players, so there's still a lot of killing to be done.
There is a lot of killing and a lot more eliminations to be had. eFunny has had a very rough tournament, but remember, this final round can change it for so many competitors on this leaderboard. You can't count yourself out just yet. Kazu going for some more loot. Doesn't take the sniper rifle, understandably so. It doesn't go through builds that easily. The assault rifle, a little bit better for themselves, but DuFN gonna be able to break down some walls, max out their mats almost. Has that lightsaber and just trying to work their way around and keep themselves safe. So many competitors gonna just play for position throughout these first few storms. So we got a little bit of time to burn until we're gonna be seeing the next person go down.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit. And I want to take this opportunity to wish a very happy birthday to one of my close friends, Overt Flow, as Funny Yap gets hit in the face, neck, chest, and breast area, and they're out.
I did not think that was very funny at all.
No,
I'm gonna
wasn't.
yap about that until the end of days.
Oh, I see what you did.
Pellin, though, going down to a Nightmare, which I feel like both of them has just ran into each other time and time and time again. And really, we're gonna be seeing Pellin wake up in the dead of night and get scared, because that Nightmare they haven't woken up from in the past 5 rounds. Wordy, though, going to be able to break through these chests very quickly and get themselves a little bit extra loot and shields. But Nightmare taking control of the high ground and doing what they do best. They already got 1 elimination, and they're gonna get dropped down.
Yeah, they're going to get dropped down, but will they be able to finish this last off? No, they will not. Nightmare has literally, well, they're done with their dreams. Their dreams are over.
They had a very nice dream there. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep the Nightmare going, but Braid to B shoots Peekaboo out of the sky. That is not what you want to happen on that final round. But remember, we'll have Friday Frags back again and again and again. These tournaments are weekly, so if you want to come back, try your hand again, especially with the new Fortnite season next week. We'll be here for it, and we're getting ready. You're seeing the clock time down, too. There's going to be an event tomorrow on Fortnite where you can see the Death Star blow up this season. So if you hate it, you can actually watch it all crumble and burn to pieces.
Oh, you mean the thing that we've seen blow up every single Star Wars movie? Every single Star Wars movie is the same thing. As much as I love Star Wars, it's let's go blow up a base that floats in the sky.
I think that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. I'm not
You know
gonna lie.
what? I want to explode a giant death laser in the middle of the sky, in the space, and try to save humanity.
You should come over on Monday.
Hey, sign me up, Logan. I don't know what you're going to be planning then. But right now we have Wordy trying to plan to break through, just shooting this wall time and time again. What they're doing here, you might think that they're aimlessly doing something, but no, they're forcing Zafu to use their mats and get out of the situation. You're seeing on that right corner how low they are in their mats. That was maxed out before this fight. So Zafu uses the lightsaber, gets out of dodge. Wordy across the way. We'll see what Zafu can do here, playing it very safe. And right now, all they have to worry about is a potential third party even. But Zafu has that mythic on standby. We'll see what happens.
We're about to get down to 1 minute and 10 seconds before the next storm goes. We've seen 3 storms as of right now. Very quickly into our 15 person out of 23 competitors at this point. Wordy is just third partying it up, basically.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Just wait until the competitor starts to run away. Then it makes it a little bit easier. Even though you're laying down those walls, the sight lines make it easy enough where you'll be able to at least put out more damage, resource drain that competitor. And Wordy, all they had to do was use some logs.
Right.
And those are a lot easier to get back than those bricks and that iron. So, you know what? Great battle for Wordy to just drain Zafu of all of what they have. But Keith Towers here also going to be basically maxed out. Got to work on getting a little bit of that steel under their belt. But currently, they're trying to decide on what weapon they want and what they want to do. But they're just
stuck. They're stuck.
Nah, they're just playing for placement. They know what they're doing. They know that they are also on the brink of doubling their money or going home with nothing. Kazu is here, sees one of these builds, and that's going to be Hunt Dog across the way. Let's see what this build battle will amount to.
I love the fact that this is a battle to the finish right now. This is our last game, and they are treating it as such. Everybody is in the hunt. Hunt Dog getting it done. Kazui keeping that high ground, which is so very important. We've talked about it all night long. It is going to be one of the named. You're going to hear it from me. Get higher than everybody else and look condescendingly down upon them as you shoot bullets about their head, breast, and neck. Chest area.
I know Snoop Dogg agrees with you on that sentiment.
Does.
Get higher than everyone else and try and win the game. Baka going to be here in a very good spot. 3 eliminations. They're going to actually have the best loadout I've seen so far. Double Chug Jug with a lightsaber, shotgun, assault rifle. It doesn't get better than that.
No, this is actually one of the best loadouts we've seen all night. It's been very frustrating for ground loot. Forget about all of the Star Wars stuff. It's been very frustrating for ground loot.
Oh, yeah. There's not, like you're seeing a lot of these competitors, the only legendaries and mythics you're going to get are from NPCs. Hammy boxed you. It's going to try and get themselves backed up. Boxed up themselves. That's not the real Hamtaro because they wouldn't have been getting wrecked like that. TJ grabbing 1 elimination for this round so far. Let's see what they're going to be able to do next. And they got the cheer squad on their side.
Yeah, they do. They got the cheer squad, and they're picking up some mythical weapons right now. That's going to do them well as they heal up. They're going to need all that shield. I'm going to say it's TJ, he 14. If you're only 14, you've got a long, illustrious career in esports if you keep it up.
There we go. I love the support. I love it. I love it. It is amazing to hear the support, the love, especially from everyone in the house. They're rooting for their competitor. It's great to have such like actual support in terms of people trying to give their support, but they're gonna need it. You put your hands up in the air and give them your energy because TJ is in a losing battle. They're gonna have to pop these small shields, but no! Zafu is able to open up a window, runs right in and one-shots them. They were not able to get that small shield up and going just yet. Got caught off guard going up the mountain. Really unfortunate end, but still, got to give yourself a pat on the back.
Yes.
For doing as well as they did, especially if it's your first time out here at the arena. It is intimidating. It is scary. You're going up against people who have been competing for years at this arena, at this event. They grind Fortnite. This is literally so many people's games. It's the only thing they play. So they dedicate so much time to it. So TJ, great job in this tournament. I hope to see you back soon.
And that brings us down 10 players have finished their day today. We've got 13 left out of our initial 23 in the last game of Fortnite Frags on Friday, baby. Whew. 13 is still a long time, though. We've got a lot of players, right?
We've seen it. 7th, 8th, and 9th Storm
Yes.
is really where things start to go down. This has probably been one of the fastest rounds we've had so far,
It has.
comparatively
It
to
has.
the first round, getting up to that top 13 spot. Cadbury Muncher going to be just barely almost shot at, but Code Wordy closing the gap really fast with those builds. You can
Those
see
builds
how
are tight.
so quick that they put up these walls, these staircases, and try and box in the other player, because once the other player doesn't have anything they can control, they start to lose control very fast and their life goes gone.
Yeah, but Wordy has the high ground. Like we've talked about, Calberry Muncher, worst name ever, is going to struggle to get the best of Wordy if he cannot get to at least a level playing field.
Yeah, this is kind of unfortunate, especially when you just get closed in on so fast. If you're not able to put that whole energy forward in building yourself in a good spot, you're going to find yourself in a really bad one. Calberry Muncher losing a ton of their shields. They only have big shields, so that takes 5 seconds to pop and to get themselves back up to full health. Code Wordy has not gotten shot at once just yet. Muncher going around has the storm to their back, and this is going to be kind of a saving grace if Wordy does not want to wait for that storm and wait in the storm. So Muncher currently has the med kits, but not doing a lot in terms of trying to return fire to Wordy.
And as we just said, or previously stated, 13 players still on the playing field. This is going to take a little bit. Everybody's going to kind of bide their time, if you will. Some might call it camping. I think it's called strategic play, as we just go by Luke Skywalker like he's not a big deal.
I mean, it's Sasuke Uchiha. Come on, don't you know who that is, Logan?
No.
Oh,
What's that,
brother.
an anime character or something?
Yes, from one of the best animes known to man. They're the top 3.
You know what anime is short for, right?
Yes.
Animation.
Yes.
Yeah. You know what I call anime?
Do I want to know, Logan?
Animation.
Okay, good. All right. Thought you were going to say something else.
Nope.
But we got Hunt Dog here, gonna be able. Oh, wow. Okay,
Yeah.
everyone, is that like a meet and greet? What's going on right
apparently
now?
we missed the VIP badges. I don't know. Were you standing in line? Oh, and Hunt Dog, I don't know if that was the best maneuver there to let them know that you were there.
I mean, they got a little bit of damage off at least.
They
would be even worse if they missed those first few shots and then nothing happened. But at least you forced a big shield out of Kaysen, and you're going to be able to work your way up into the top of the mountain and have a little bit more of an advantage as they try to run away. But I do agree with you. At least they landed the shots.
Yeah, at least they hit him. I mean, a good 48.
Ooh, going around this corner. They find him. Not going to be able to land those shots that time around, though.
Nada.
That's at least 8 times the charm, but unfortunately, they lost their lucky charm as they're going to be able to work their way up this mountain.
Ooh,
and still, finally is able to land 3 shots right there. Beautiful damage. Going to be able to pick up 62 on that one and going down this mountain.
Well, they're going to win this battle.
Oh, I think if Kaysen does not have any shields, it's going to be a really bad situation for themselves, but they're currently just staying in the storm, hoping that Hunt Dog found another prey, but unfortunately, they have not. This is going to be Hunt Dog going for that high ground, going into the storm. Sasuke Uchiha better activate their Susanoo, but they are not going to be able to do it just yet, and that is how it should have ended up with Itachi versus Sasuke. Hunt Dog is going to be able to take them down.
Dog will hunt. And here we go. Keith Towers is making their maneuver with that, we'll call it the Happy Gilmore.
Fair.
Yeah, fair. Happy Gilmore 2
Sponsored?
coming out July 25th. Not sponsored, but we wish it was. Hey, Netflix, you spend money here.
There you go. Yeah, we just did have the Netflix. We had what's the eating competition? Yeah.
Kobayashi against Joey Chestnut.
There you go, Joey Chestnut.
Yeah,
I was
so
like,
many words you couldn't get it out.
yeah,
I get
you know
it.
what?
I get it.
Yeah, we had that whole event here at the arena as well. So always be on the lookout. Go on the HyperX arena and see. Follow us on social media because you never know what kind of private event that you could be a part of. Because that was actually you could just show up and enjoy Joey Chestnut downing 35 hot dogs.
Yeah, they didn't even let me in, bro. All right.
It's too much of a competition there. You got to stay out, buddy. We don't got enough hot dogs for you.
You haven't seen me. I can eat a hot dog or two. Or 25.
That makes one of us.
Yeah, I would beat you in a hot dog eating
Oh,
contest.
I do not. I would never get into that line of work. I am sorry. It does not look fun at all. Look,
No,
downing
they
it
actually
in
have
water.
to train and whatnot.
Yeah, they down it in water. It's just
Crazy.
Oh, you don't. No. Okay, non-sponsored.
Oh,
I
all
couldn't
right,
watch it.
what is Baka doing
Oh,
right now?
what is Keith Towers and Cowberry Muncher doing? Keith Towers gets their first elimination by fall damage.
That's terrible.
Uh-oh. Keith Towers
Terrible.
going to not realize there's another competitor right to their side. And the dog is sniffing out the competition, jumping right on top. But there's a third party waiting for Keith Towers there right across the way. Hot dog gonna be able to grab that elimination, just barely gets that headshot from jumping up on top of the build and landing it. But also, what a bad situation for Keith Towers to have another competitor across the mountain shooting them as well. Really bad ending for themselves, but will they have enough points is the question to keep them in that top 10.
And well, we've only got 15 seconds until we get this 8th storm push. And like we said, between 7, 8, and 9, that's where the storm gets serious. Whoa, hey now, watch yourself. Baka is still up there, but Quant is a little bit higher than they are, just like Snoop Dogg would say.
Yeah, that is true. Seeing a little bit of an entire situation, so many players in the same spot, backed against the storm, once again, trying to play it as safe as possible. This is the final round, Logan. There is no more second chances. Nope. There is no more opportunities for you to work your way up the leaderboard and get yourself more money. It all ends here, unless you want to come back next week for the next tournament. But Wordy right now is going to slide their way across the mountain. They are also in that prime opportunity to get that first place finish. But Baka right now with 4 eliminations, we already seen it. They are currently trying to keep that first place lead secured.
And there's still 10 players on this map right now. It seems like we're down to that nitty grit, but we're not quite there yet, as Hunt Dog has 2 kills to their name, and they are getting overshadowed by Demon Shadow.
Hunt Dog peeking around the corner, trying to just do what they can in this very rough situation. In that 7th storm, you're seeing all 10 players basically almost stacked on top of each other. Some players like Baka on top of the mountain, other players going to be finding themselves on this low ground, but having that zone advantage is never a bad thing. Breda Beast trying to just go into another person's build, and Hunt Dog also fighting for their life. Baka taking a ton of damage. They're trying to figure out where they're getting shot from and what they can do to keep themselves safe and pop this Chug Jug. They can get themselves healed up right back to 100 HP real fast.
Yeah, Chronic is actually right back there, like you said, but so is Do. Do is back almost 100%, only 91 on the shield, but they're basically there.
Let's see what is going to happen, Logan. Top 9 here today.
Here we go, bro.
This is what it's all about.
Psyched.
Darth Vader trying to break through Baka's own builds, as we're currently seeing all of these competitors just lined up in a straight line, trying to meet Luke Skywalker, and difficult is going to go down. That is going to go to Zafu and reap the rewards, 2 Jug Jugs to their name. So they got to be a little bit careful. They got to realize, hey, you know what? I have health. I have shields. I am going to be able to be a little bit more aggressive in this top 8 situation. Get yourself up that leaderboard. Get yourself some more money.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
That's the way to do it. Quantize here with that 2 eliminations. This is the best round that they've had, I believe, this entire night. So they can put themselves way up that leaderboard, as Kazu here. Gonna be seeing them on that bottom screen.
Banjo-Kazooie.
Banjo-Kazooie gonna be there at the bottom. Zafu with those 3 eliminations. So all of these competitors just waiting for the storm to push them in closer.
Yeah, we've got 8 competitors left, and everybody seems to be making s'mores right now, but I get it. This is the last round, and 1 placement could mean the most.
It could. It can be in a very bad situation, or it can work out for the time being. Kazu gonna be able to put up these walls, protect themselves. They're gonna have to pop that chug jug and get themselves back here up. Quantize looking extremely low, and they're currently finding Zafu. Will they be able to survive though is the question. They do. Zafu just says, you know what, I don't want to deal with this. Let's go to the nether section. Wordy gonna get eliminated by Bray the Beast. They're trying to get their name known here at the arena as well. They have been the underdog, the underlying factor that no one else really expected here today.
Yeah, Zafu is doing a great job right now. The Beast looking to stay competitive, whereas Kazu is kind of baby in a corner right now, doing a little bit of dirty dancing as we check in on Darth Vader.
Oh, Darth Vader, that's also the underlying factor that a lot of people did not expect. Breda Beast gonna make gonna see their build get absolutely destroyed. Kazu, Hunt Dog, all of them trying to just pop that chug jug and get themselves healed up for potentially what could be one of the final circles today as the storm keeps on moving and grooving. Hunt Dog health bar gone. They're gonna need a Scooby snack to keep themselves topped off, because if they don't, they're gonna see their time end here. Top 6, we're seeing Do get eliminated by Baka, and Baka taking down Quantize one at a time.
Go.
They're trying to confirm their own victory here tonight.
And Baka showing up and showing out with 6 kills right now on top of the hill. And they are king of it right now. Showing up and showing out. I think Baka has this.
It could be. And you know what we've seen always. They love the high ground. They love building these giant bridges. And no one ever decides to look up, nor can they. Or they're going to find a raining fire of bullets to their face. Baka currently, it looks like, could just put this in the bag and call it a day. Bray the Beast is going to be here. Hot Dog, the next one going down to Bray, as they're going to be able to top off their health bars and pop these shields. They're looking pretty safe right now, but they got to worry about the storm, and Kazu right there waiting for him, and Zafu's waiting for Kazu. One after another, domino effect.
And Kazu is gone. Zafu and Baka 1v1. Who will be victorious? Oh, it's all going down. Baka has the high ground. Zafu low ground.
Ooh, gonna be able to pop that chug jug, give themselves a little bit more security as they're still confirming it. And the circle is now going to shrink and just get smaller and smaller and smaller. Time is running out for both of these competitors to make a move. Zafu on this low ground position, not able to return fire. The build breaks. Baka is here on the top ropes. Are they gonna be able to jump on down and slam him down is the question. Baka going off to the right side. They are currently still just says, you know what, I don't want to deal with this. Gets caught into the outside of the storm, takes a little bit of damage. Zafu jumping right back up, got that lightsaber mobility, and they are now still just waiting, playing back and forth, cat and mouse going back and forth. Baka's the mouse, and then Zafu's the mouse, goes off the side of the mountain, and that's gonna be Baka by 12 HP.
And Baka says, Zafu, Zaf you.
Oh, beautiful work. That was a back and forth battle, trying to find each other, trying to catch each other off guard, but it only took one mistake of jumping off the side of the mountain, and that just allowed Baka to say, hey, where you going, buddy? And got that final elimination, topping themselves off with 7 on that round.
And that's how you get it done, Baka. I called it. Somebody get me a crystal ball and just put it here. I'm just saying.
I mean,
just saying, I'm pretty good.
Calling the walls blue is what you're doing there, Logan.
The walls are gray in here, my friend.
But what we're going to be seeing is the scoreboard momentarily, as we're going to be able to break down and really analyze on how close this was, because that was one of the most entertaining frags we've had in a minute, and you're seeing why. We've got Baka there with 131, winning the entire event, and Kazu right behind him with 114 in second place, and Zafu, look at them. They're in third with 113 points. Bray, they're in fourth in their showing with 110 points. Code Wordy in fifth with 101. Hunt Dog in sixth with 98. Quantize in seventh with 77. Keith Towers Gaming Greer with Demon Shadow tying in 8th place. Joel Gaming ending us out with 58 points. Dude just barely not going to be able to get it done 56 points.
But great, awesome showing up for all of these competitors. That was a heck of a night.
It was.
It really was.
It was so close, and you're seeing it. Just on the leaderboard alone, that top 4 was so close, but then Baka, with that victory royale, just catapulted them with those 7 eliminations. We saw it at the beginning of the match, 2 eliminations back-to-back at the same exact time, and that just started the domino effect. And then they controlled the high ground on that final moment, and they never moved from it.
And I know you didn't want to hear me say it all night long, but high ground wins the battles. I know. And you know
Obi-Wan Kenobi said it for a reason, and that is going to be the last time we reference it with this season being officially wrapped up. And a lot of players are cheering and rejoice about that.
Yeah, wrap it up, stick a bow on top of it. But I can tell you this much. All of those competitors did one thing tonight. They all beat future Hall of Famer Ahman Green.
That's the way. The only way you'll be able to do that is to come out and compete here.
The only way.
At the HyperX Arena. We will be bringing them in, all these sports athletes competing with us today, and we will be talking to Ahman Green one more time. Let's see what they got to say. Oh, no.
Hey, buddy.
What's
How you
up?
doing? Hey,
Good. Hanging in there.
working out for you.
Hanging in there best way I can. That's it, man.
I was talking about your positivity has remained. It's one of the focal points of your football career, has remained one of the focal points. It's one of the things that everybody talks about when they talk about Ahman Green and the legacy that you left. One of those dudes that gets out there with a smile on his face, win or lose, up or down, you always had a smile on your face. So coming out of this and moving forward, what is your advice for those competitors that didn't place for us?
What was the last part? Oh,
Didn't place first.
Oh, didn't place first? Oh, man, you just got to go back to the whiteboard, chalkboard, and work on whatever you need to work on. For me, I got to get more Fortnite in solo. And so this is going to get me playing a lot more Fortnite this week, for sure. Because my whole goal is not to finish, I say get above top 15 or top 10. That's going to be my goals this week.
Now, what's your goal for tomorrow as we look to Saturday Night Speedway?
Well, I think I'm going to just be commentating, right? I'm not playing, correct?
Oh, good, because after tonight, I'd rather have you up here because you did such a great job commentating the last time you were here. I don't want to overshadow it by your gameplay. However,
well, I mean, one thing I do have time in is Mario Kart. So if anything, that's why I threw my name in the hat, because I was like, I got my time on that. But commentating as well is going to be fun because between us three, you and I and Pidgey, we know the game. I've been getting the DLC tracks down in my head a lot better, knowing when to drift, when the shortcuts, just learning that. That's the biggest thing I got to learn for all the tracks, not just the DLC tracks, is where all the shortcuts are. Because obviously, knowing the shortcuts, knowing when to drift, knowing when, just to be patient and not get frustrated because you're going to get hit by everything, red shell, green shell, blue shell, the ghost is going to jack you. You just got to keep rolling. It's the same mindset like today. Like, yep, I didn't get a whole lot I think maybe I got one shot off, not even an elimination, but it is what it is. And I now just got to take a week of playing some more Fortnite. And trust me, it's going to be better next Friday for me on Frags.
Now, how long did you wait in line to be able to get your Switch too?
I haven't done it yet. I'm going to wait till I'm not home right now. I'm gonna wait till I get home on Tuesday, and probably by then in the Houston area, all the Best Buys or Costco or Sam Club will have restocked the Switch 2s, because I already know anything between now and the weekend is gone. Everything's sold out.
Well, my birthday's on the 19th, so keep that in mind when you're whipping out the credit card. I'm just saying. So
right.
Look, tomorrow's going to be Saturday Night Speedway, and then on Sunday we're going to be doing Versus, where you and I are going to be talking a little bit of football. How good is it going to be to get back in the action, so to speak?
Oh man, playing some Madden. That's my that's my game. I played it as a pro. I understand it, but even playing Madden, you got to make sure you know all the mechanics, the buttons, strategy. And I don't really go for the. I definitely don't go for the cheese plays that are out there. I just run them. I run my offense and defense just like if I was coaching on the sidelines in a real football situation. So I say, but I have fun. And that's what I'm ready to do. It'll be a game that it'll be better and more. I say more football gameplay than what happened tonight on Frags.
Well, I certainly hope so. And like the great John Madden said, 1 knee equals 2 feet. And we'll be doing the X's and O's on Sunday. I can't wait to see you manana for Saturday Night Speedway. Amon Green, thank you so much for being here. And you know what? Thank you so much to the Alumni Media Network for all of the great events that we already started and that we will continue to do all summer long. Amon Green, thank you so much for being here, my friend.
Hey, Logan, Pidgey, appreciate y'all. Logan, see you tomorrow. Or both of y'all, see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah. We'll see you manana, my friend. Hey, give a quick shout out to wherever you are right now.
Right now, I'm at the Quest Forward School where I did an esports camp all week long with middle schoolers, getting them into the esports space. We did Smash Brothers, we did Mario Kart, and we did Fortnite. So we went over those and teaching skills and mechanics. So shout out to all the kids and the faculty. One of the faculty members, Avery's here with me tonight to let me in and let me stream, help this stream go. So thank you to him and Miss Henry, Angie Henry, who helped plan it and get me here. Ed Vogel, also one of the administrators too, to ask for me to come be a part of this event for middle school kids that are competing in esports in Omaha, Nebraska.
Well, somebody's got to make sure you don't steal all the stuff. Ahmad, we'll see you manana. And tell Avery I said what's up as well. Ahmad Green, everybody, future Hall of Famer, one of the greatest running backs of all time. And sorry.
Beautiful interview. Thank you for that, Logan. And that will wrap us up for tonight. Remember, tomorrow we got Speedway, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and potentially Mario Kart World in just a few weeks. And then Sunday, Marvel Rivals, Be There or Be Square. And we will be back again next week. Be prepared. Thanks for watching.
Be good to yourself, be kind to others, pay it forward, play it forward. Rock like a party star, party like a rock star. Smile strong, laugh loud. Last but not least, please like, follow, and subscribe so you know what we will be up to. Thank you for being here. This was Fortnite Friday Night Frags live at the HyperX Arena.